Hope you guys are having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. We are going to get started on our daily collective read in just a few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. We are also doing a reading giveaway right now for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K. And I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, before anything else, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing right now? There are no wrong answers. We're going to talk a little bit about this energy right now. It's a lot, couple of things to pay attention to. First and foremost, we have a remarkable amount of planets that are currently in Aries. We are also on the cusp of Taurus season. We are also on the cusp of Uranus moving out of Taurus into Gemini. Now, one of the things that we have to pay a lot of attention to with energy like this is gear grinding energy. It's gear grinding energy. I wouldn't be surprised if there are situations that feel like they're grinding your gears. I wouldn't be surprised if you're going through experiences that feel like you're feeling highly irritated, extremely sensitive. Let's talk a little bit as to why, okay? I'm going to walk you guys through the shape of this energy. And the reason I say this is because it's not, especially leading into the fact that we've got a full moon in Scorpio coming up, all right? It's a culmination. Okay, hear me out. All this work that we're currently going through is effectively a culmination of what we were seeing leading through and going into all of that Uranus in Taurus. Everybody's talking about Aries. To me, the fact that we've got a lot of planets in Aries, I know it's like 7 planets, but we've been here before. All right, we keep on going through these experiences where we had a bunch of planets in Aries, and then everything retrogrades out and goes back out of Aries again and then moves back into it. This has been happening for a bit of time. It's not the Aries energy that is the issue right now, so much as it has to do with the circumstances potentially surrounding all of that Aries energy. And what do we see surrounding that Aries energy? First off, we've got Uranus in Taurus, which is not an ideal place for Uranus. In fact, because Uranus is very much like that scorpionic energy. It likes to facilitate change. It likes to do things in different ways, okay? So you got the planet that's all about doing things like being adaptable and trying different stuff in the rigidness, okay? In the rigidness of a lot of that the house of Taurus, which is working through the discomforture or the uncomfortability of stepping out of one's comfort zone, right? It's navigating weirdness. It's navigating transformational energy and often feeling, right, the disproportionality of feeling out of place as you're trying to do something in it or as you're trying to facilitate change. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because on top of that, if that was not enough, we've got Jupiter in Cancer. And Jupiter in Cancer, I mean, here's the thing about it. On one hand, it can be absolutely beautiful because Jupiter in Cancer is all about plumbing the depths of self-expression. It's about moving deeper into the seat of the self. If, and there's a big if there, okay? If you're ready to do that, right? This is like, it's a culmination of working through our vulnerability. It's hard to be really deep within ourselves because we have to be, the deeper we go into ourselves, the more vulnerable we often feel. And so the issue, right, the issue with Jupiter and Cancer is it's working through a lot of that heightened sensitivity. And it's not to say, right, it's not to say that heightened sensitivity is bad or good, because it all depends upon what we apply that heightened sensitivity to. Heightened sensitivity can fortify situations, right? It can attenuate into them. It can build into a lot of that depth. At the same time, right? If we're working through, right? If we're working through the fragility of the self, then sensitivity can sometimes create those spaces by which we feel depleted, or by way we feel energetically frustrated. So if you're navigating this right now, some things I want you to keep in mind is make sure that you're articulating upon one's sensitivity in a way that fortifies, right? The sensitivity that builds something back stronger via the observation of the vulnerability points, right? Because it's a lot of that work that we see potentially around assessing and addressing that allows something to move into a stronger context. Now, this is having a different impact depending upon where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. And we're gonna talk a little bit about it. But more than anything, the thing I also want to point out right now, and I think that this was coming through a lot in our last reading, has to do with the fact that this is also having a profound differentiation point, because from the frequency cycle perspective, what we're basically seeing is it seems like we're about to go through another shift in terms of relationship, right? That it feels like there's a lot of that culmination that's potentially being reached there in a positive way. And again, at the same time, we're also noticing that there's this differentiation in terms of how one is experiencing this, depending on whether one's aligned to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy, that we also want to explore and address. Specifically because, and one of the things that we saw in the last reading that we did, and I want to kind of bring this out, we've been seeing a lot of parity in relationality to the cards. And why do I say that? The reading that we did before the last one, we saw the same cards coming out in the same energetic expression. So we were getting, I believe, like feminine had like double devil energy. If I'm recalling, I believe that there was a lot of that repetition that we were seeing in some of the major arcana that was appearing within some of the context of the cards. And the reason that it's important when we start to see situations or circumstances where the same cards appear twice is it's the observation of being able to see something, like seeing the full shape of a problem, like seeing the full energetic complication that one often arrives to in terms of working through things. And what was interesting about that is that every single grouping had effectively their own combinations that were coming through, and they were all different, which means every energetic group right now is effectively working through. And the best way I can describe it is what we effectively need to navigate through trauma becomes the thing that we try to effectively absolve and resolve within ourselves, because it's the observation of, and I think, and it's interesting too, because it's the observation, and it makes a lot of sense given the fact that we're moving into a full moon in Scorpio, that whether something is positive or negative has entirely to do with the context by which one brings it towards something, right? And so that, to a certain extent, is a lot of the work that we're potentially seeing. And we saw that it was hitting each energetic group a little bit differently. Now, last reading we did, we weren't seeing the double combination, as it were, of the cards. But what we did see that was very important to pay attention to has to do specifically with the fact that we saw a lot of similar cards that what I would identify as reflective cards, which is the same card in a way that shows the fact that the energy is moving into an alignment point. And specifically for masculine energy, we were seeing that heavily. And you can see the read that I'm identifying this as. It's up on the stack. You can see the photo of the spread. Masculine energy had the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal in the heart space, and the Empress in its upright in the unconscious space. All right. Feminine had the King of Pentacles in its upright in the heart space, and the Emperor card in its reversal in the unconscious space. So that is some deep alignment that's potentially occurring there. And for non-binary space, we effectively saw the High Priestess in its upright in the heart space with the Hermit in its upright in the heart space. Now, what does this effectively identify? It's working through the perception of how we see ourselves versus how another appear, like how we appear to another. And the fact that there's that observational point that's coming through right now for the energy feels like a breakthrough, because it's the observation of understanding the misinterpretation that often follows us, but also recognizing and identifying what we are working to resolve versus what it is that we effectively kind of identify is the work or helps us see another person with a deeper sense of clarity. Now, in relationality to masculine energy, and this is why I like to see that Queen of Pentacles in its reversal with the Empress card in the unconscious. This is a lot of the masculine energy that is understanding that often when masculine comes into, and bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, that when masculine energy often feels that they are protecting other energy, they are at their most dangerous. When masculine energy makes it their job to feel like it is their job to take care of other energy, beyond energetic consent of doing so, that is masculine energy at their most dangerous. Because it's a simple observation of the fact that when one is deep within an unhealed egoic journey, one often, what does the unhealed ego say? The unhealed ego is always ringing the alarm bell on everything, right? It's everything is in danger to the self. It's seeing harm where harm does not exist. So you understand that when you see masculine in a state of mania, which is the masculine energy that starts maniacally saying that everything around them is in need of protection, then that is often the description of a masculine that is unwell, specifically and particularly because they're under the spell of the unhealthy egoic journey that articulates that everything is in danger because it is overactive. So this is why we see that this is a lot of the masculine, the healthy masculine energy that is potentially trying to articulate and identify that not only, right, not only to counterpart connection, but also in conversation to oneself, right, in conversation to other masculine energy. The understanding that when masculine becomes overprotective, that is often the masculine that is at their most dangerous, right? And this is why we are always conscientious of building into the context of consent as we work towards healthy relationship. Simultaneously and similarly, we see a lot of the feminine energy working through this. It's potentially coming through as a lot of anger or a lot of ferocity. But again, this is a continuation of the work that we're doing to heal with Pluto in Aquarius, right? The understanding that anger is not anathemic to being healthy, that anger is a reasonable feeling, so long as one is able to identify and recognize the reason that one is energetically upset. Your anger is shield, as long as you're able to define why it's there, right? So long as it's just not unresolved feelings that are like, and this is the problem, and this is what healthy feminine energy understands, bearing in mind that this is not based on feminine, on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Anger is effectively the junk drawer of our emotions. Okay. And the reason I say that anger is the junk drawer of our emotions is that when you have unresolved feelings that you haven't figured out what to do with, it's very easy for them to move into the anger space. Okay. It's like, what do I do with these? The body's like, just stick them in anger. Yeah, it's fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. Cause like that, because it burns off very quickly, right? Because anger desires relief. And this is why we work towards resolving our feelings before we move them into anger. Because the difference between being angry all the time and not being able to define why versus being reasonably angry about things is the identification as to why one is upset. So this is the energy that works to effectively resolve through their own anger. But then once they place the anger in the right place, it's like once they place it there, being like, oh no, yes, I know that anger is placed there intentionally. That is where it's supposed to go. Right. And this is the work that we do to heal, because it's the difference between taking our anger out on others perpetually. And you've met people like that, right? It's like, I'll be like, okay, what's wrong? You go through a lot of those experiences with a lot of and this is what we talk about, the unresolved feelings that often get pushed into the junk drawer of anger, which is the identification point of something that we haven't worked on within ourselves versus, right, the healthy anger that we bring to things, which is reasonable and proportional to what is occurring around us. So this is how our anger becomes shield, because when it's shield, it's healthy anger, and it allows us to be able to articulate our feelings in a way that helps us identify or see, right, the quality and condition of the energy around us by whether they feel it in the same degree. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that, right, potentially building a better relationship with their anger, potentially embracing their anger again, reminding oneself that anger is healthy so long as there are healthy directions attached to the anger. What would be preferable, right? Rather than, right, the anger that's the emotions that we haven't worked through, that we stick in the junk drawer of anger, which is like the space by which we just bring a feeling of dissatisfaction to everything. And this brings us to the non-binary energy. And the non-binary energy, I got to tell you, Hermit card and High Priestess in the heart space together, it is a lot. Because and I often teach this. Like I often teach this in my classes if you participate in my tarot church classes. But there's a lot of kinship to be found between the Hermit energy and the High Priestess, right? It's the observation of working through. It's the identification and the observation of working through things, but not just working through things, the recognition of being able to identify and define, like to build into precise energy. And I have to stress this because this was very important. And if you are a tarot nerd, you should go look at the last spread we did because it was very cool. There was a lot of similarity that we were seeing in the non-binary space between masculine and feminine. And the best way I can describe it, it has to do with the Tower card. Okay? And the reason I say that is because the Tower card that we saw in the masculine space was a Tower card in the headspace in its reversal. We then saw that Tower card. Technically, it did not appear to feminine, but it was there because it was represented as the Ace of Wands, right? So it's the transformation of the Tower in the headspace of the masculine to becoming the Ace of Wands in the feminine. And then in the non-binary space, it was the Tower card in its reversal again, in the same proximity, in the same row as what we saw in the masculine space. With the Tower card in its reversal in the headspace, it had moved into the heart space. And what's interesting about that is the transformation and the observation of what vulnerability feels like to the different energies. And what do we see there? For masculine, vulnerability feels like this is masculine energy that is learning to recognize that vulnerability is not a weakness. If one embraces one's vulnerability, it becomes the greatest point of strength. But that's hard for masculine energy that's healing from the false context that masculinity was connected to invincibility. Because something invincible is actually something very fragile. Because when one is invincible, it's not the fact that one is strong, it's the fact that one can't handle vulnerability. While for feminine, this is the feminine that often feels the context of having to be energetically vulnerable all the time, and how much work it takes to perpetually have to be the vulnerable one, and how the feminine almost becomes the strongest person in the room because they have to carry their vulnerability, right? They have to carry others' vulnerability while never being able to express their own. And this is a feminine that's finding their strength and understanding that that is the feminine that is navigating situations that almost demand them to be perpetually prone, which is the modality by which they're just acceptable and adaptable to anything. And that's the feminine that's effectively getting stronger at being able to articulate their own energetic standards. This is non-binary, that is often working through the observation of the doubt of the self, right? The same doubt that healed them or got them free of trauma that they're trying to heal within themselves in the context of being in a healthy environment. They have a very bittersweet relationship to their sense of self-doubt, because that feeling, right, the feeling of something being wrong that led them to what felt right, is also something that they themselves navigate in such a way that they're working through the context of doubting the self or doubting the own ability of the self, recognizing and understanding that the position by which you'll be your best version of self is one by which you're perpetually navigating doubt, right? Because that is the sound of a healthy ego, because a healthy ego is not one that is doubtless, right? Because that would be the invulnerability that the ego often tries to move towards. But the eternal divine questioning that we bring towards things that often articulate the fact that we're constantly, like that one is constantly working through many different factors as one is making determinations. So we see that that is a lot of the energy that is potentially, I want to say, like pensive and precise, but also in a way that feels like there's an expansive point, because I see like they're getting, like the energy is effectively getting stronger at navigating uncomfortable situations longer. And I keep on getting the uncomfortability point that they're working through there is not allowing uncomfortability to effectively, and again, this is a continuation of like Jupiter and Cancer, not allowing uncomfortability to how do I describe this? Not allowing uncomfortability to determine direction, but observing how one is changing as one is getting stronger in facing situations or circumstances of that nature, particularly and especially as it relates to relationship or in communicating feelings that they may have potentially felt less inclined to communicate in the past, right? And in a way, they're healing a lot of trust wounds in the process. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class. We are going to be studying, for anybody who missed our tarot class last week, it is now up for our paid subscribers. We did a deep dive into the Court of Wands. You can find it all over on the Stack. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday. I believe that's May 20th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to continue our studies into the tarot with the final suit of court cards. We're going to be studying the court cards of the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, you just need to head on over to my Stack, become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning our next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to our Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about our in-person events as well as our online live schedule. And on top of that, you also find my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycle. I just wrote one recently on navigating the new moon that we just experienced, which was quite a doozy. Might have felt a little bit like an eclipse. And I'm going to be writing one shortly that should be released in this full moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for anyone seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer, for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute classes, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretations, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you. It is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I have 5 spots available before the list will be closed for the day. We did go into this with a prioritized list. Thank you to everybody who got on the list before I came on the live. We're also at 4.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, as well, thank you so much. I do want to notify you, for anyone who would typically give gifts for readings, there has been a change in the algorithm, in the pricing ranges. So if you would like to get on the gift on the list with a gift, please notate it is now a meteor shower as opposed to a baby dragon. Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate your help. How you doing today, Stella? Good to see you. Stella, I see that you got on the list twice, because I had you on the list the last time I was on live. So you've got 2 readings today. Let me know if you want both of those readings, or if you're inclined to hold one, and let me know if you would like one of those readings before we start the Daily Collective. So good to see you today. Yes, and you are on the list, dear. Twice. Excellent. So glad you're doing well. And Richard, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, guys. Please thank our mod, K. Megan, for all of their help today. Lucas, so good to see you, and thank you for those heartbeats. Guys, make sure to give Lucas some love. Readers supporting readers. Grand Rising, dear. I'm excited for Uranus to enter Gemini as a, oh yeah, you're going to be great. Also scared. I think you're going to be fine. I mean, it might feel, it's probably going to feel very much aligned to your own life path in relationality to building upon like your ability to diversify. Like it's a diversification zone. You know, like that's the thing about it. I need to point out, like, we're going to talk a little bit about it. Gemini energy hits everybody a little bit different. I personally love it, but like I also have like a lot of fire sign placements, so that doesn't, like, that's not surprising. You know what I mean? Like, the Gemini energy can sometimes, it can wear a bit on those with more earth sign placements. It can sometimes wear a little bit on those with water signs. We're gonna talk about it. Hi there, Ryan. Good to see you. And Bridget, thank you for recharging your heart knees. Anyone joining us on the clock app, please remember to recharge your heart knees if you would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. Also, please remember, if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you are entitled to the same subscriber benefits that we have articulated. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, I would love to be able to offer membership there, but I need your help with that because we have to reach a certain number of fans. So you can make sure to give me a follow. I will thank you, and comment followed in the chat. I will thank you with a affirmation from a guidebook for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share the live with 3 friends, comment shared, and I'll be happy to give you that affirmation as well. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. I appreciate you. And thank you for those gifts. You've got Jupiter in Cancer, 12th house. So this is like, this is what you like, this is a lot of what you've come here to do. You know, like that, it's probably going to feel like I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling weirder and more grounded than you ever have, right? Because it's moving deeply into alignment with your sense of purpose. And thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for reposting, Lucas. How you doing today, Per? I've got you on the list. I'm going to read the list for everybody. I'm so hungry. I started picturing Venus is in Taurus. Okay, I'm just going to say this once. I said what I said. When Venus is in Taurus, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody is like a little treat. You know what? I need a little treat for like my little treat. It's like it's like it's cozy energy, right? And it might feel, I got to point out the thing about it. I'm just going to tell you right now. The Venus in Taurus energy may be feeling very oppositional to all the energy we have in Aries right now. It's a weird combination, right? Because like Aries is like Aries is working through a lot of bursts. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you're not looking for big meals, but you're looking for like perpetual snacking. Like that's the type of energy that we're pretending. Like I wouldn't be surprised if you're feeling like you just want to graze all day. Like that is the combination result of all the planets in Aries with Venus and Taurus, right? Not necessarily seeking a big meal, but seeking a little bit all over the place. A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here. Yep. Excellent. What kind of salad? Yes, exactly. Something, yep, exactly. You see, and you see how specific you're being, but just a couple bites. And I will. Thank you for reposting, dear. How you doing today, Avatar? Welcome. And Tracy, thank you for those heart knees. And thank you for becoming the 106th fan in my fan club. Thank you, Neptune and the Moon, for the follow. Yeah, I'm taking away a person's in order to protect. Whoa, wait. Yeah, taking away a woman's autonomy in order to protect her will always be toxic. Tap to claim. Absolutely. I love that analogy. And anger is the junk drawer of feelings. Yeah, it's interesting too, because it was coming to me as I was giving the recap, right? Like that's why we have to make sure that we're able to articulate upon why we're angry, because if not, it's very convenient. It's a very convenient place like to put like feelings that we don't know what to do with. Grand afternoon, Ava. Good to see you today. And thank you for that gift, Stella. Thank you, AL, for the follow. And thank you for I know the sheep was really cute. Excellent. No problem, Per. I know I saw the kangaroo. That was so cute. Stella, thank you for those gifts. Gratitude back to you as well, Mia. Oh, excellent. Oh, Bridget, it's buon compleanno, dear. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful one. And Adina, thank you for sharing the live. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had a beautiful podcast with her, a bit of back. You can still find that over on my site or over on hers. Adina, if you comment, I'll be happy to pin you. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful day today, Bridget. And Trish, thank you for the follow. Yes, Stella, I'll read the list right now. So the list we have right now for anybody, we've got K. Megan is first before the live starts. I've also got Tanisha with priority here too, if Tanisha's back. Stella, I have you with priority from our last live. So we've got 3 individuals who have priority if you prefer to have your reading before we start the Daily Collective. And then after that, I've got Per and Stella. We've got 5 more spots today if you would like to claim one of those spots before they fill up. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that is relevant for the purpose of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if you're joining us across the place where we keep the videos, your membership there entitles you to the subscriber benefits I articulated, including the free 1-card reading each day. I would like to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos. I need to get to 10,000 followers there in order to do so. So if anybody's joining me, if you could take a moment at some point today to head over to the place where we keep the photos, give me a follow, comment followed in the chat. I'll be happy to thank you with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, share this live with 3 individuals and comment share it. I'll be happy to do so as well. How you doing today, Dark? Hope you're doing well. So thank you for the birth time, but 963, if you would like to have a reading, all you need to do is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and then we can go ahead and I can do that reading for you. Excellent. Thank you for the help, Kay. Hi there, Jana. Good to see you, and thank you for recharging your heart, me. Yeah, that new moon definitely had eclipse vibes. It's because it was an Aries. It was an Aries new moon in Aries season with all of the planets in Aries. So that's a lot of energy. And Renee, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Eric. Grand Rising, quick question. I'm happy to read. So again, any questions that you have in relation to anything we do here, I'm happy to answer. But if you have a question that requires us to pull cards, I'm happy to do a reading for you. All you have to do is send the donation and we'll be able to get you on the list. Yeah, purging is a good way to describe it. I love to have before, and the other was just a gift. Oh, thank you, Stella. I really appreciate that. Excellent. One moment, please. You're so welcome, Bridget. So, Bridget, you need to reach out to me. I'm going to PM you because we need to schedule some time. I sent you a message about it. Excellent. I love to have it. Excellent. Done. Oh, Nikki, that's beautiful. Yeah, I have Aries, Sun, Moon, Mercury, Saturn. So that I'm sure that moon did hit you like a brick. Possibly not in a bad way. Yeah, like it's just, like I wouldn't be surprised if it just feels like there's a lot of things that are reaching like a pinnacle point. That said, we are going to get started. If anybody would like to secure a spot today, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later. We've got about 5 spots left today before the list will be closed. First person we're reading for today is going to be K. Megan. So K. Megan, if you're here, yeah, it was a pinnacle. I figured. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Message and disco. Thank you. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include them in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post them in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. This is Disco Tea. So I'm going to take a moment for anybody who is in the disco. If you want to get the details around this reading, you can find them in the general questions. If you'd like access to the disco, you just need to become a super fan. And then once you become a super fan, you can message me directly and I'll be happy to add you. Just send me a disco GIF after you become a super fan. While I read over the information related to this read, I am going to give you guys a hearth warmer, something to talk about as I read. What is a pattern that you are trying to perfect? Interesting. All right. Some good tea. Yeah, 4 cards, please. Oh. I mean, what we basically see that's happening right now is, you know, I see someone that feels literally caught between a rock and a hard place. Like it's the best way I can describe it. And like, I want to show you, like, and I have to do a little bit, I have to do this card. I have to do a little bit of covering up there. So they're spicy cards. So I got here. So this is the situation that I effectively identify around a circumstance or situation. And the thing I keep on seeing, it has to do with the context of, like, how do I walk you through this? I see somebody who has never looked forward more to going someplace that they feel tortured. Is what I keep on like it says it says to me, like it really it says to me, like I see this situation by which there's a lot of this, like this energy that can't necessarily get somewhere fast enough, but then when they're there they feel perpetually frustrated, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's hard because even in the space by which another person is articulating upon, right? Like I see somebody that on one side doesn't necessarily desire something to change, but at the other point feels like something is in a perpetual state of culmination, right? So it's the observation of them potentially working through that. And the hard part that I keep on seeing is what effectively happens when another person departs a situation, which is like somebody working through a lot of dissatisfaction, or working through a lot of frustration. And I see somebody that is like, and I want to describe this too. There's something about them telling you, feels a little weird, doesn't it? There are things that we tell each other to share, and then there are things that we tell each other to see how another person will react to it. And I just got to tell you, with the cards that I see here, and I want to describe this. I don't want to say it in the space by which another person was trying to say something to see if there was a reaction within you. Like, it wasn't, I feel like it wasn't necessarily something articulated in the space of trying to hurt you. Like, that's why I keep on saying that it's weird. But I keep on getting, like, I don't know why, but I keep on getting, like, I keep on seeing a cocked eyebrow on it. And a cocked eyebrow is like almost identifying the space by which, like the fact that they're like, it's almost saying to me that the fact that they're articulating upon something, is like, I don't know why, and we can talk about this. Like, it almost feels like someone that is energetically diminishing it before your eyes is what I keep on getting, right? Like, and that to me is what I keep on seeing, because the way you identified that, right? Like, there's a little, I don't know why I keep on getting this kind of, I don't want to go so far as to say, is it real? Because it feels a little unreal in there, is all I keep on seeing. I don't know why I keep on getting, I just keep on seeing something that feels like, I feel like I keep on seeing something that feels like a stretch is what I'm getting. Like, there's a stretchiness on something here that I'm identifying that almost feels like someone like stretching something small that happened to see, like, I keep on getting, like, to see if it changes a certain, like, I don't know, I keep on, like, these cards, it feels like somebody, like, it feels like somebody putting an overemphasis on something specifically, and again, I just keep on hearing a stretching with a cocked eyebrow, which is again the modality of someone articulating something, either, like, I keep wondering, either to impress or put energetic pressure upon, whether it changes something between you, is what I keep on seeing. You know, there's something about this here with these cards that I just keep on identifying. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, the Queen of Cups here. Is this a real person? I don't know. There's something about this. There's something a little, I don't know, I keep on seeing that there's something there's something about, I keep on seeing, there's something about the way they said it. How long ago was this? How long ago? I feel like they're articulating something present that happened in the past, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like someone that they had an energetic past with, that I keep on hearing they're summoning them up to the present to effectively see, like, it almost says like they're summoning them up to the present to identify if it brought something forward in you, is what I keep on seeing. And I almost keep on seeing the fact that somebody potentially got a little bit sticky afterwards was the fact that they didn't see, like the fact that they didn't see you having a reaction to it, right? Did they start avoiding you more after you articulated it? Is what I keep on seeing. Because I don't know why, but I almost feel like I see somebody that's navigating some kind of energetic embarrassment. Because I almost feel like, I don't know why, like I feel like somebody, I need to point this out. It feels like somebody that blurted something out to try, to try to articulate or try to inspire feelings in you. And I feel like I keep on seeing them, like I just keep on seeing them putting a hand over their mouth, because I feel like it's them potentially recognizing that, like, I feel like it was almost like them saying something in a way to, I don't know why it feels like I don't know why they were trying to protect themselves. Was somebody taunting them? Like it feels like somebody who said something from protection that wasn't completely true, and then recognize the fact that like I feel like somebody who like almost wants to clarify something to you, but is going through like going through the fact that, like it's like I almost see them like kind of somewhat mortified by something that they said in relationality to identifying something. I just keep on hearing somebody who said something to protect themselves that they now realize might give another person the wrong impression about something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary and relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channels in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 7.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you, Thuli, for the follow. And T, thank you for the follow as well. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Thank you, Snitch, for the follow. Absolutely. Excellent. Yeah, you can absolutely get on from your 50K, Bridget. Just bear with me a moment. Yep, I've got you here. Let me just put you down. That was Thursday. My friends, we've got 4 spots left. If anybody else would like to get on the list is open. Stella, I'm looking for Tanisha because they were next, but as long as Tanisha's not here, your next person will be reading for today. Excellent. There are 2 messages. Yep, I saw both. I'm trying to perfect my sleeping pattern. Oh, I get you. Working on your consistency. Tap to claim me. Pattern of taking. Oh, I love that. Yeah, consistency is a great one. Taking trash. Oh, I like that as well, Nikki. Definitely interesting. Yeah, some good tea. Spicy tea. Tea, I'm locked in. But I want to describe it. I feel like what you're seeing right now with this energy is you. Like this energy, I told you, it's going to hit a little bit different for those with Aries placements. You know? I'm not hungry for popcorn. Yeah, in terms of you talking about like what's going on with you energetically, right? I feel like this is you kind of like finding like this is your groove energy, right? And that's even identified with the fact that you articulated that you felt a bit of that smoothness coming in. And Jason, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, the cards were really spicy. You couldn't get in via the FYP? How so? Was it not letting you click into the live, Phoenix? Yeah, it's my favorite and least favorite thing in my life right now. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. They're feeling the same way. Yeah, I didn't react to it at all. It feels like they were doing it to be transparent. It is odd energy. How you doing today, Julia? Yeah, exactly, Nikki. Hi there, crazy. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Oh, 1.2 more diamonds to get to the 10% of league and to get fragments. Guys, I don't know what that means, but if you guys could do something related to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Lucas. I don't know what that means. I'm very good at the clock app. I'll have to watch the reading back. Yeah, life's been tough lately. Oh, guys, please remember not to message people promising strange things. Be safe out there. How are you doing today there? Hi, W. And Sunshine, thank you for the follow. I've got them. Thank you, Lucas. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Tanisha. If Tanisha is not here yet, then the next person on the list for today is Stella. Stella, oh, the chat skipped. Thank you, Kay. Stella, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question, you'd let me know. It is oops energy. Like I see somebody that's like very much in oops mode. Yeah, they're definitely worried about how it affected you. Yeah, I think he was telling everyone to get off his tail. Yeah, they wanted to see a reaction. Yeah, I feel like it was somebody said something from a defensiveness point, right? And now I see somebody who's like cursing themselves for saying it. Thank you for sharing the live, Sunshine. Okay, so in terms of like what would equate for those diamonds? What do we need to send to get to that? I don't know. I'm very good at this. All right, I have to pull up Stella's question. So guys, just a reminder, if you have information that's necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. We read for here, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit, akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. If you've got information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Next person we're reading for. Okay, there's some sensitive information in this read, so I just need to read over the comments before we continue. What is the situation that you figured when you first experienced it, you thought was unable to be confronted, that you then figured out how to resolve through? And as you do so, I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of these comments. Oh. Okay, that's wonderful. Are you comfortable with me sharing this information, but with discretion? Oh, some of the comments were missing. Let me just go back and confirm. Okay. He was probably like puppy with tail between their legs because they didn't react. Exactly. That's like Nikki really landed on it. That was kind of what I was reading. Yes, he told me at the start of the shift I didn't react, and then he was super avoidant from then on. Yes, thank you for that was exactly for what I was seeing. Thank you for confirming. Oh, it is really, thank you. It is really comfortable. It is super comfy. The weather here got chilly again. So the weather right now where I am is wild. We're going from like super hot days to super cold days. It's just really back and forth. Yeah, like he's not actually talking to her. I feel like he was summoning somebody from the past or exaggerating a past connection into the present in some way is what I'm seeing. Like a casual involvement. Yeah, thank you for confirming. That's exactly what I was seeing, Kay. Absolutely. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition deck. And especially, I feel like that's even more in the fact that when I went to, I didn't feel the need to kind of summon an animal oracle card for that reading. You know, I feel like it's somebody saying something protective from the past that they were trying to pull into the present. There's something to notate there. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody finds the opportunity to clarify something to you. That'll be your confirmation. All right. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. I know, isn't that, it's so rude, Bridget. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up, hold on a moment. I'm pinning up Stella. Thank you guys. Make sure to give Stella some love. Hi, I would like to receive angelic guidance regarding a topic about a past trauma that I told you about. It took me almost 10 years to process everything that happened. And for years in between, I was completely repressed. For a long time, I didn't really understand it properly. You once named it, or my angels communicated, that something like a light had been taken from me for a while. And I can see that too. Above all, I can see that I have my light back now. It might sound a bit strange, but even in pictures, I can see that suddenly these rays are back in my eyes, or my whole aura has shifted. I truly shine again, and before that, I felt kind of gray for a while. Where was that light during that time? Did they have it, or how did you recognize it? And why does something like that take your light away? Could you explain that again somehow? Or perhaps my angels can. I would really like some angelic guidance on this to understand it better. 4 cards, please. Come on, I need your book. Yeah, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing here. Do you remember when I articulated the fact that there was some energy around you trying to send you on a path that was not your purpose? That was the culmination point of the energy trying to put you on a path that was not your purpose, which is the modality by which you would have had to remain energetically quiet about something in order to remain in a relationship with someone. And I keep on seeing that, and I want you to understand something that potentially occurred in that experience that one of your angelics is trying to give me indications on. You being upset about it saved you. And it's interesting too, because I keep on getting that it put you in a dark place for a long time. And I keep on getting that dark place that it put you in was some kind of energetic keep out zone. It was and I want you to understand, it feels to me like there was some energy around, and I want you to understand, it feels to me like there was some energy around you that knew exactly what was going on. And the observation of seeing the impact that it had upon you reverberated to them that that was not something that they could do to you either. And it's interesting too, because, and I think I brought this up, and I want you to remember something that I've seen specifically in relationality to your life path, because there was a different angelic guide that was with you during that period of time. And it's a very specific angelic guide. And it was interesting because when they first arrived, I had not read upon them before. And they actually handed you, there was a shift by which they handed you off to another. And you recall that point. The handoff point that happened was the modality by which you identified that experience that you told me about, wherein you looked upon the water and you heard that song playing. If you remember that experience that you told me about, because what they're identifying is that, and I keep on seeing, and I want you to understand, this is why they're amplifying to me that you weren't lost, but you weren't lost, but you were in energetic hiding, because the environment around you was such that sadness was protecting you from energy trying to do the same exact thing that person did to you, is what I keep on seeing. Because the hard part about it is it wasn't just one energy around you that potentially had unhealthy intentions. I literally see, like when I read for you in that experience, I see you saturated or surrounded by energy of ill intent. I literally see a situation by which you are surrounded by energy of ill intent. And were it not, right, like were it not for that sadness that you were carrying from that experience, that sadness, the angelic is articulating, was like a cloak that was surrounding you for the duration of your time having to stay there, so that not only you could bear it, but you could bear it without another person trying to do the same thing to you again. And your observation of that, and I keep on getting that moment, and I feel like, I don't know why, you got news that you had gotten into somewhere. I keep on seeing that moment at the ocean. You didn't tell me. It says to me that something had changed. It says to me that you had found out that you got accepted somewhere, or some kind of pathwork had opened to you, right? That is why they're articulating that moment about you seeing the ocean and seeing the sun moving into the ocean, and then hearing that song felt so important, because it says to me that was the moment by which that angelic felt that they no longer had to wrap you in that energetic cloak of sadness, because you were no longer stuck in the situation that was so energetically dangerous for you. So it's interesting too, because I've got some of this energy here that feels almost like an angelic apology. But the apology that they're articulating was the fact that something about you navigating that sadness was energetically protecting you from an experience by which others around you had some kind of plans for you far worse than you yourself expected or intended. This is you're beyond, the reason I'm articulating this is you're way beyond that now, right? That is like, this is the observation in terms of how far you have come. And I feel like, again, that's why I keep on seeing, make sure that you're holding on to that dream that you're following right now, and continue to let that dream guide you, because everything about this is something about you articulating that dream to others. It's fortifying you. It's showing you who has your best intentions in alignment to the self, because the energy that sees you bettering yourself, the only sound that you should be hearing is applause. And if you're trying to articulate to others that you're bettering yourself, and there's the energy that keeps on articulating the fact that they're getting bitter, right? Rather than bettering, they're getting bitterer and bitterer. Well, that's showing you how far you've energetically come. That's showing you the full shape of the energy that was around you in the space by which you're accomplishing things and you are celebrating. The only sound that you should be hearing right now is applause. And if you see somebody in that moment of you moving towards that applause point, and you see them trying to throw insults at you, which you're getting better at seeing, because that's what we articulate upon an awakening process. An awakening process isn't the fact that something changes around us, it's the ability to be able to see more. If you see the observation where you are just doing nothing but articulating how you're bettering yourself and celebrating yourself, and you see the energy turning bitter in you doing so, then I want you to understand that is the full shape of what you've overcome. That is the full shape of you moving towards your purpose. But not only moving towards your purpose, I feel like some of this energy, and I gotta explain this. And this is what I mean when everything is seen. The observation of energy having ill intention around you, it was noted. They didn't recognize. They don't like the thing is, energy like that never feels, they never feel like it's observed. They were being observed the entire time by the angelic energy. The entire time is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing the fact, because the angelic that was connected to you says that you weren't alone for an instant, and the modality by which you weren't alone for an instant is the modality by which I keep on seeing that angelic keeps on claiming responsibility for putting that sadness on you. Because that sadness, I keep on, and this is what I meant about that particular angelic, they keep on saying that that sadness gave someone a warning about staying away from you, because, and I wouldn't be surprised about this, a lot of that energy, right? What happens to energy around with situations like this? I just want you to understand, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, is all I keep on seeing, because a lot of that work that I'm identifying here is the observation of understanding that there's nothing more that an angelic hates than seeing someone trying to put their path work before another's purpose. There's nothing more that I can't even describe it. And the modality by which they're like, you've got, like, even in the space by which you see yourself arriving back to yourself, that is because you've found your own path work towards that, and you should be proud of yourself. Don't even if you're still having to encounter some of that energy, right? The way that you receive it, even the way that you receive it, allow it to inform you on how far you've come. Because, and I want to describe this, yeah, like this is a lot of energy that has been trying to make you numb, right? Trying to make you numb to criticism, trying to make you numb to feelings. And the thing you have to understand is, like, often toxic energy works towards creating numbness, because it's the modality by which another person stops feeling their feelings and just becomes object. So I feel like this is you having overcome a lot of energy that was trying to articulate the fact that they were trying to make you sophisticated, but instead they were actually trying to make you very numb, right? The modality by which you wouldn't necessarily feel anything, and therefore you would be more amenable to what another person desired to do with you, or where they desired to take you, rather than honoring your feelings. So continue to honor those feelings, because I keep on hearing your feelings have protected you, even when those feelings were low. Because I see the fact that even as you were navigating those low feelings, it wasn't the space by which you were projecting them on another, but the space by which you allowed them to carry you through to something that was energetically better. And you should honor yourself for that and continue to honor your journey, because that is, like, even the space by which you're seeing and you're bearing witness to those changes. I want you to recognize that is testament to everything that you've done to heal yourself and to move away from energy that did not have the best intention for you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Seymour is a great name for a cat, Steve. And we're at 8.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you, Lil Bank, for becoming the 111th member of my fan club. Good afternoon, Heather. Good to see you today. Yeah, Meg, I know you saw that, Kay. I thought the same thing, the fact that we pulled the horse. And Bobby, thank you for the follow. Hi, Yaz. Yeah, I met individuals like that. Again, you recognized it early enough, right? Once was all it took. Absolutely. Beautiful Monday to you as well, Pisces. Thank you as well, Night Star. Yeah, the angels, they noted it. You're always welcome to ask questions here, but if you want a reading, those are donation based. So if your question requires cards to be pulled, then it's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. Pinks in my Lio. How did that sadness gave them a warning? How do you know? Because they could see it on you. Like I see a situation by which everybody knew. I see a situation by which everybody knew what occurred. And the fact that you weren't standing for it, or the fact that you moved into, right? The fact that you had so many tumultuous feelings that rose up was the energy that stepped backward away from you in that moment. Because I told you, remember how that person was surrounded by miserable energy that just kind of navigated the situation? Like it says to me that that's how that sadness protected you, because all of those volatile emotions that you felt, in the fact that you are articulating that it wasn't okay, showed others that their ability to try to make you numb did not work. It did not succeed, right? And so that's why I keep on saying it was hard, because that's what that angelic was articulating, was the fact by which they recognized that it wasn't easy for you to go through, but that's what needed to come through in order to protect you from something. And EB, thank you for the follow. Resonating, thank you as well, Ella. You're so welcome, Team Asana. Thank you for also receiving this. Tanya, thank you from Montana. Montana, thank you. Thank you from, that's beautiful though, Montana. That's beautiful. That means mountain. I don't know if you've got an ancestral connected to a mountain, but it feels like that was coming through for you. The cat. Oh, somebody, we've got an individual over on the place where we do the videos whose cat's name is Seymour. You're welcome, Little Bank. Yep, absolutely. To subscribe, if you want to become a super fan, dear, you just go down the bottom of the screen. There should be an orange icon there. You can sign up for a super fan. Your super fan status entitles you to a free card each day. You'll also have access to our super fan only disco channel. If you become a subscriber and you need access to the disco, I just posted a link here. Go ahead and send me a direct message from that link with a disco gift, and I'll be happy to add you to the list. And if you would, I'll be happy to add you to the disco. You can introduce yourself to the collective there. You'll also find in the perks section of the disco a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday, May 20th, and we're going to be studying the court cards in the Pentacle suit. All right, the next person I'm looking for today before we start today's daily collective is Tanisha. Second call for Tanisha. Tanisha, if you're here, please let me know. If not, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. Just a reminder to anybody else who is on the list right now, the way we do this here is anybody who is on the list prior to the daily collective beginning each day always has priority to be read for before we start the daily collective. So anybody who's on the list currently will be read for afterwards. The list we have right now is Tanisha, Per, and Bridget. Tanisha, Per, and Bridget. Stella, you also have the option of having another reading today because of the gift that you sent. Thank you so much as well. Or if you'd like to gift that reading to somebody else in the collective, you can always do so as well. One moment. I'm a spiritual person that knows things before they happen. Oh, well, one of the things I do here, Lil, is especially in my mentorship classes, I help those who are trying to get better attenuated or connected with their gifts or the connection to their guides. We do a lot of that work in mentorship. So if you're ever interested in doing so, you can always book a mentorship from my site. We can also do a reading on that here as well. Sometimes that work is a little bit more personal. It's entirely up to your own comfortability point. All right, we're going to continue right now. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. If you would like to get on the list to be read for once the daily collective has finished, you can do so now. It's a great time to get on the list. I have 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots today, please make sure to get on the list sooner rather than later. Just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list via my tree that is linked in my bio. And if you're following me over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there entitles you to the same subscriber benefits that I've listed for those on the Clock app. That said, we are also doing 2 different giveaways right now. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. I'm actually, it's as to Avatar, you're currently in the highest place for that reading, so congratulations. And the other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to, oh, are they already a subscriber? I'm not seeing them as subscribed. It's not showing on my side, Kay. I see them, I just see them as a regular follower. It doesn't have the marking for me. So a super fan would be, if you want to become a super fan, that means if you want to have the free card each day, you would just have to hit the orange icon at the bottom of the screen. And that entitles you to, no, it's okay, Kay. That's why we were clarifying. I know sometimes it can be a little confusing. All right, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, April 20th, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update today. We're going to be starting with the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread. First 2 cards that we are starting our day off with today are, we're beginning our harmonic energy today with our Tower card in its reversal in combination with the Moon card in its reversal. Wow, those are some very intense cards to be starting our day off with. So let's talk a little bit about this period that we are experiencing between the new moon in Aries that we just experienced into the Scorpio full moon that we've got coming up in just a few days. Because the energy, and this is why I was articulating to a certain extent that there's something very important about identifying I've been describing this energy right now as the ascension of Aries. And the reason I'm identifying this portion of time right now as the ascension of Aries is because there is a misconception that is often placed with Aries energy in relationality to temperamentality, in relationality to reactivity, in relationality to volatility. Now, here's the thing about it. The observation of understanding that those who often carry a lot of Aries placements are navigating through warrior mode is the understanding or the definition about doing things from an experience by which the difference between being incited versus intentional. And what is the difference between incited versus intentional? When one is being perpetually incited, you're never on your own path, right? Because what effectively happens when one is working into a place of perpetual incitement is you're basically reacting, right? You're reacting to everything that is energetically around the self at every moment, right? And perpetual incitement does not necessarily allow one to be able to work through or build into things with intention. But this is why, and you'll often notice this, like often those with Aries placements come here to heal and to learn how to create patience for themselves. And a lot of the work that we see that those who are working through the observation of patience is navigating perpetual provocation, or the space by which we're feeling energetically provoked about things. So what's beautiful about this energy to a certain extent is the ability to attenuate or to work through something, but not just into the context by which we articulate or build into something, but the context by which we're able to arrive into a deeper understanding, specifically and particularly through the observation of what it is that we are trying to do, or what it is that we're trying to resolve, or the space by which we are trying to work into or through things in a way that we haven't before. And that is why we see that for a lot of this energy right now, I think it's really beautiful because the Tower card with the Moon card in its reversal is the observation of what it takes to dissolve walls, as it were, right? And you have to understand that this is a continuation of the work that we see that's helping us heal from all of that experience by which Pluto was in Capricorn. Because Pluto in Capricorn often articulates to us compartmentalization, right? The desire to want to compartmentalize that often becomes, right, the over compartmentalization of things that often become detrimental is the space by which then you'll often notice this. A system that typically over compartmentalizes sometimes wastes precious energy because when something is new, there's nowhere to energetically place it. So it's not a compartmentalized system cannot innovate because in the modality by which you've compartmentalized, there's no ability to navigate the new or the unique. So what we effectively see that's happening right now is a lot of that energy facilitating and building upon that work has to do with the observation of finding ways to embrace the new. Because when we embrace the new, then it allows us to see things from different perspectives. It's the space by which we are eager to arrive into new vistas. So we see, and I think that this is really beautiful, specifically for the energy that is in solitude, because you'll recall that the energy in solitude right now is working through world partnerships. And world partnerships are about embracing new points of view. It's about being able, the gift that arrives in being able to see things in a space, in a different perspective. So the observation or the beauty of being able to see things in different perspectives is what is allowing for new things to occur. And a lot of that observation, we see that there's this, there's a pleasant expansion that is potentially happening. And I like the pleasant expansion that we're seeing is because, and I like to point this out, a healthy expansion is a pleasant one, specifically and particularly because when we're going through, right, when we're going through a pleasant expansion, then it's the arrival into things that creates the space by which we ourselves feel the observation of the conditionality by which we're able to arrive to things with a sense of proportionality or with a sense of confirmation in terms of being able to move towards things with a sense of proportionality and intention. So what's beautiful that we're effectively seeing right now is a lot of that, it's like healthy discernment in the best way possible in terms of the directions by which the energy is working to learn and grow and expand. And a lot of that work, particularly for the energy in solitude, has to do, like I just keep on seeing, this is either the energy in solitude right now that is potentially feeling restorative as it relates to being able to discover or see the possibilities surrounding the self, or if this is the energy that is moving into if this is the energy that is moving into a relationship right now, it is energy that is potentially building into the context of healthy relationship with energy that simultaneously and similarly is going through the same processes of vulnerability and expansion. So there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of, it feels like, I want to describe it, and this is why I feel like this energy is so nice right now and surprising, because you would not expect with this many planets in Aries to be able to facilitate or recognize or identify that type of harmony. Now, moving towards the center card for today's spread, and we're speaking specifically right now in the world relationships, and the world relationships have been the relationships that have been focusing on the work that we see in the world card of the tarot. And those are the relationships that have been coming together since around the time of the Capricorn new moon that we experienced in January during Capricorn season up until the present. Now we're going to move into the relationships that have been moving deeper into divine union, which have effectively been the moon relationships that have been coming together since the time of that period, the Capricorn new moon, up until the time that Uranus first went retrograde back in September. I believe that was September 6th. Center card for today's spread, again utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, is we've got the Seven of Swords in its reversal. And I like to see the Seven of Swords in its reversal there, because the Seven of Swords in its reversal effectively speaks to us about adaptability. I'm not surprised, and this is a lot of, I keep on saying this, and just hear me out. I'm going to tell you to pay attention to this. I would not be surprised right now if the period of time that we're currently experiencing between between that new moon that we just experienced in Aries up until now, new proposals, deepening relationship cycles, deepening investment in terms of relationship. Because for some of these moon relationships, and I feel like in a way it's going to be a surprise to the energy surrounding these relationships. There's nothing going to be anything surprising to the energy within it, specifically and particularly because for a lot of these relationships, having found a relationship that is able to recognize or identify or feel the shape of the bandwidth, these were individuals that had been very conscientious or cautious about moving into partnership, specifically because they had worried through the fear that their purpose was breaking relationship, and coming into the observation of finally finding a counterpart that is able to embrace all of their facets is effectively what is allowing these relationships to move towards each other with so much veracity or so much confidence, like no questions, is what I keep on seeing, specifically and particularly because they have found a relationship that, and it's interesting, it's not about the fact that the relationship embraces their authentic. That was the magician relationships we had a while ago. These are the relationships that are coming together right now because they're embracing each other's potential. They're embracing each other's potentiality. And that potentiality is what is creating the excitement because, and I want to describe this, this isn't the unhealthy potential that is often quasi-directional. And what do we mean by the unhealthy potential that is often quasi-directional? The relationship by which another person sees a relationship and decides the potential for a person. This is the energy that is building into the delight of being in a relationship with someone that has mutual potential. The mutuality of potential in terms of recognizing that they aspire the relationship to go in the right direction in the same way. This brings us to the temperance relationships. And our temperance relationships, how my temperance relationship babies doing? We were having a little, like, I got to tell, and I want to describe this. I haven't even drawn the cards out yet. It's not the fact that the temperance relationships are going through a rough patch. they're recognizing the difference between rough patches and polishing. They're recognizing the difference between rough patches and polishing, and that's really important. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread right now. And these, for our purposes, are the relationships that were coming together between the time that Uranus stationed retrograde, September 6th, up until the solstice period we had this summer. The Sun card and the Four of Swords. I love to see it. I love to see these two cards together. Yeah. And the reason I want to describe this is, like, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these temperance relationships have been going through a little bit of bickering. There's been bickering in these relationships, but they're healing their relationship to arguing, because these are relationships that are recognizing the bickering that leads to bettering, the ability to energetically bicker about something that allows one to be able to perfect it or get better at it. And so a lot of that bickering and bettering that is allowing for the perfection of something is the identification of the energy that feels like, and this is why they feel so healed, because this is a relationship that realizes that they're healing their experience to arguing, because even when they argue, when they're done, the relationship is even better than they found it, right? It's the energy, it's the argument that hammers at the partnership that makes it stronger. And so even at the space by which they're effectively hammering at things, it's the hammering in the best way possible, because it's not the hammering on each other, it's the hammering on the relationship, right? And it's the observation of understanding the healthy relationship that can stand the test of a hard argument, because it's the observation of the energy that feels stronger on the other side of it. Continuing to get clarification between our Tower card in its reversal and our Moon card in its reversal, which I absolutely love that combination. One card to clarify, please. We got the Star card. We got the Star card and it's upright. You know, we already got the next card out. I'm going to keep that one here. We're going to read that one in a minute. So what do we got? We got the Tower card in its reversal and the Moon card in reversal, with the Star card in its upright. And the one thing I want to identify here with the Star card, in its upright, is it's the observation of working through circumstances and situations by way of being able to effectively identify and recognize how we identify, or how we effectively how we effectively come into our vulnerability point. And I feel like there's something really significant and important for some of the energy that is doing that work, specifically and particularly because we see that for a lot of those relationships, this is why we talk about the significance of getting good with yourself before you enter partnership. And you have to understand, getting good with yourself before you enter partnership is not about being perfect. It's not about being perfect at all. It's about knowing what you're trying to perfect, right? This is why knowing yourself is how we heal relationship, because when we know ourselves, then we know what's for us, right? Versus what's not. And so I keep on seeing that there's either energy right now in solitude that is being very energetically invested in understanding the self. Because when one understands the self protects us from the relationship that is not in alignment to us, right? Because if there's anything, and this is what we often see when we navigate a Scorpio full moon, right? Because the observation of a relationship by which we can be our authentic self is the definition of finding our bliss. But this is why you'll often see those who move through experiences by which they themselves feel conflicted, because the space by which we feel conflicted, right, is often the space by which we can't tell what we're working to heal within ourselves versus what we're working to effectively deepen our connection to. And so what's beautiful about that is, for a lot of the relationships, I want to say that some of the breakthroughs that are occurring right now for some of these energies that are in solitude is being okay, like being absolutely okay if they're not another person's cup of tea, right? Because why would you want to be in a relationship, right? When somebody articulates that you're not their cup of tea, then there's nothing more toxic than trying to identify the fact that one is working to change the tea, right? It's the observation or the understanding that that recognition point, or that adaptability, that when we're in the best relationship, we love each other's tea, right? We delight upon it. We seek to understand it further. And a lot of that work that we identify and work through is effectively the harmonization point, specifically and particularly because that is the force by which we identify what it is that we're working towards. So we see that for a lot of the energy kind of identifying or working through those experiences, that observation or that understanding is what is effectively facilitating upon the deepening of the energetic connection, because that is the energy that is feeling, right? That is the energy that is healing by feeling a lot of that perpetuity in terms of what it is that they are working through, or what it is that they are resolving to deepen further within themselves. So they're getting even more energetically holistic as it relates to the understanding and holding of the self, or they're finding those holistic relationships that feel that they are able to be the full amplification of the self in the context of the relationship. So that adaptability or the understanding of building into a comprehensive space that is allowing the energy to identify and recognize the new relationship that feels like it is in alignment to the self. And this is potentially what we identify as the breakthrough, because the energy does not feel like they're trying to be in a relationship, they're being in one. That's what it means when we say being in a relationship, not trying in a relationship. Because when one is trying in a relationship, then one is trying to be someone that can navigate the relationship. But when one is being in a relationship, then one is occupying the space of being the self that fits into the aligned partnership. This brings us to the energy, those moon relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification, I told you the deepening energetic connections between the moon card in its reversal and that 7 of swords in its reversal. We've got the 5 of swords in its upright. So what are we identifying with that 5 of swords energy? A lot of that 5 of swords energy, and I want to describe this. So for a lot of those relationships that are moving deeper, a lot of those relationships that are currently moving deeper into divine union, I want you to understand, for the energy in solitude, it's the observation of being able to identify or potentially look at the past referentially instead of reverentially, potentially a conversation about the past by which one is feeling very open upon those experiences. For a lot of the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, what's interesting or intriguing about those relationships has to do specifically and particularly with the fact that the relationship itself is giving the gift to the individuals within the partnership of what was missing in past relationship. And I feel like it's healing because they're becoming copacetic in terms of what was missing in past partnership, right? It's the fact that there's feelings coming up, but they're resolving those feelings just as quickly, specifically and particularly because I feel like this is a lot of energy that's understanding that you can't fake alignment, right? And what do you mean by like you can't fake alignment? Because if these were the energies that were being too hard on themselves for the fact that they couldn't fit into a relationship, then this is effectively the identification point that the energy is recognizing and identifying in terms of what was in their own power to navigate or change versus what it is that they experienced in a relationship by which they always felt out of place, right? And this is why Like, this is why that out of placement is something that we energetically honor, because, and again, this is what we're going to identify, that we see that this is an alignment day, moving deeper into the relationships, moving deeper into union right now. Clarification between that Seven of Swords in its reversal with the Sun card in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got the Ten of Swords in its reversal. So why is that Ten of Swords in its reversal so important there? Because the Ten of Swords in its reversal, and this is what we see for a lot of the energy deeper within divine union, this is how strong those temperance relationships are, right? Because the authenticity, right? The relationship is one that can stand the authentic person within it, right? Which means that even when, right, even when this energy argues, they understand that they're arguing for one another, not against one another. And what do I mean about the observation of energy that argues for one another and not against one another? Because when we're arguing for the sake of the relationship, then we articulate and we argue for relationship in the state by which we identify and recognize that we're trying to effectively identify the best way to move towards things, right? It's the observation that we effectively bring to things that allow us to be able to deepen those energetic connections. And so we see, right? I feel like there's something really beautiful and harmonious there, because this is the energy that can recognize or identify, right? The difference between a healthy argument that leads to a better, like a better direction, right? Or being able to see a direction that one could not see before. And that's the beauty. Like, that's actually, like, that's, have you ever noticed that in a healthy argument? Like, you'll sit there, like, you'll be sitting there in the midst of a healthy argument, and then suddenly, like, boom, there's a breakthrough, right? And this is why we don't shy away from arguments, because sometimes arguments open doors in our own understanding if we are fortified enough to endure them, right? And this is why this is what we build off of, and this is often what Aries teaches us, right? the ability to endure is not the space by which we keep ourselves silent, right? It's not a modality by which we effectively put up with things, but the modality by which we utilize an observation by which, once we move through a good argument, what do you usually see on the other side of it? A vista that you didn't see before. You're like, oh, you know, like, it opens a healthy argument, opens the mindset to possibility. And so that's what we see is potentially happening around some of those relationships, right? The conversation of arguing that often leads to a breakthrough, which is why we see that, in a way, that all of this Aries, this way articulating about the ascension of Aries right now, because it's a reminder that anger, right? Anger is not a bad thing, as long as the anger we feel is the observation of saying, there's a better way I see to be able to do something. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a better way, right? That is the anger that allows us, right? That's not the anger of indignation, right? But the anger of that's not the indignation anger, but it is the anger of innovation, right? And the difference between the anger of indignation versus the anger of elevation or innovation is the anger by which, right? The anger of indignation is often deeply rooted in the ego, right? It's the angry ego that demands the floor, right? Versus the anger, right? The anger of innovation that allows us to be able to see things that we have never seen before. And that's what I see is happening right now as it relates to some of that energy, working through frustration and being able to see possibility on the other side of it. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards the energy that is in solitude, moving towards the clarification between that Sun card and the Four of Swords and its upright. Ooh, Knight of Wands and it's upright. We were just teaching on this class in our class on Friday related to the Court of Wands. If you missed that class, it's now available on my stack for paid subscribers. So what we're effectively identifying for a lot of this energy right now, specifically as it relates to Knight of Wands, is the recognition or the observation of being able to identify and facilitate upon healthy and productive change. And the thing about it is I keep on seeing for some of these relationships or situations having the ability, and I'm not surprised to see this either because Uranus in Gemini is the ability by which we are able to build into a relationship that we're constantly working to clear the air, right? And what does it feel like when you're in a relationship by which you're constantly working to clear the air? It's the space by which you feel the refreshment or you feel the refreshing aspect of being able to be in the observation of oneself fully, and even in the space by which one is able to be in one's fullness, one is able to feel energetically liberated or free to speak upon things. Because the one thing you'll recognize, and this is what's beautiful, is when we are in a healthy space, we never have arrested breath. And the reason we articulate upon the fact that when we're in a healthy space, we never have arrested breath has to do with the observation of being in a space by which when we know what we're speaking upon is something that's energetically important, then we feel the ability to speak upon it freely. It's the modality or the experience by which we feel delighted to basically bring authenticity to things. And what's beautiful about that is when our breath is blessed, it's effectively delightful for others to hear it. And in the modality by which we effectively share things, it's the understanding that, and this is what we talk about in terms of a healthy ego versus an unhealthy ego. An unhealthy ego wants to avoid conversation, right? Like an unhealthy ego often wants to like close the ears, right? Or close the eyes or close the mouth. Right, which is like the unhealthy ego that says, like, I can persist as long as I don't hear anything, as long as I don't see anything, as long as I don't say anything. But this is often the space by which we understand that we're in an unhealthy egoic journey, because the modality by which we are free to observe and to hear and to speak, the observation of being in a space by which we're able to be in our authenticity. So often, and this is the thing about it, working through the navigation point of understanding and recognizing energy that is not in a healthy egoic state is the space by which they feel that something that they energetically believe is at risk if they observe it, if they hear it, or they see it spoken, because that is the sound of a fragile ego, right? In the modality by which you feel that something that you believe can be shaken by others' words or something that you hear or something that you see, then that is not a space by which one is holding into the context of something that is stable. So what's happening is I feel like there's a lot of the relationships. Why is this coming up for some of those energies that are in solitude, right? Potentially having to articulate to another the observation of being in a relationship that said, yeah, it was fine. I could stay in the relationship as long as I committed myself not to looking at something, right? Or the energy that said like, oh, it was fine. Yeah, I guess the relationship was fine, except I had to confirm to myself that I wouldn't listen to something. Or the space of someone saying like, yeah, as long as I didn't say something that I thought was true, I recognize that the relationship could endure, is often the space by which we recognize the fact that we are in an endurable, we are in an impossible alignment point, because it's a modality by which the energy recognizes, right? Like that seeing, that's potentially some energy that was observing a crack, right? Like just observing a crack running straight through an energetic partnership, right? Because it's the observation of saying like the modality by which one says, right, that you have to avoid something is literally the space by which one observes the crack in the alignment of the relationship. And that's a lot of the energy that articulates upon the fact, right? This is the energy that sees and identifies that healthy relationship, you know, even if it's hard to speak upon it, it's still on the table, right? It's still there right? Even if it's like, I keep on hearing, even if it's uncomfortable, it doesn't change the fact that it should be energetically addressed. And so we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work or facilitating upon it, that is the energy that's either healing from experiences. And this is the thing about it, right? Your breath, if it's in a healthy space, never damages relationship, right? The observation or the understanding of a relationship that feels that one can be in one's authenticity is often the expression point in being able to recognize or identify a relationship that is not perpetually in a state of critical danger, or the modality of feeling like an alarm bell as it relates to speaking upon something or avoiding something, because often that is the experience by which one feels like one is dancing upon eggshells. So for a lot of those relationships, that either identifies energy that is healing from experiences such as those, with the observation and the understanding of being able to see a situation by which they're articulating to another, like healing from the energy that's like, if there was a conversation that they had that potentially broke the relationship, it's the energy that almost sees it and says like, well, yeah, that was not, it wasn't a question of, it's not a question of it, it's inevitable, right? Like it's working into the inevitability point, right? Seeing the inevitable breakdown of something that allows one to be able to heal from it, right? And understanding the difference between what is correctable versus what is inevitable as it relates to the end of a relationship versus new relationships, by which, how are they healing? They're talking about everything, hard part first. Nothing is avoided, everything is being addressed at the onset. Continuing to get clarification, moving back towards the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, back to those moon relationships. Clarification between the star card in its upright and that 5 of swords in its upright. We've got the hangman in its reversal. I don't mind seeing a hangman in its reversal right now. You know, the hangman in its reversal, and I just want to describe this. The hangman in its reversal is working through, I keep on seeing, and I need to describe this with these moon relationships. The hardest thing that they're going through is having to heal from relationships by which they felt like they had to dance on eggshells, right? And I feel like this is, what's interesting about some of those relationships is working into the observation or the context of being able to recognize and identify the beauty. I keep on seeing the beauty of being in the presence, the beauty of being in the presence of, I keep on, it's interesting that the word I keep on getting is armored energy. But the reason I want to describe why I'm hearing the word armored, because you have to understand armored comes from the word love. Armor, right? Armor, which means like our love. And so when we care about things, then we are not protective. When you truly care about something, then you don't get offended or you don't get upset on something that does not matter. But what often happens, and we kind of were talking about this before the podcast began, I was giving a recap on energy. When another person is in a space of disharmony with the self, and this is why we have to be very conscientious with our anger, because when we have unresolved feelings, our anger is a junk drawer by which those feelings go. And you'll usually see somebody like this. You'll see somebody working through a state of perpetual dissatisfaction, right? You'll see somebody in a state of perpetual dissatisfaction, and you'll be like, "What's wrong with them?" And they'll be like, "Fine. Like, what do you got? like, what's wrong? What do you got?" Right? Like they're looking for somewhere to put their anger, right? You can see that often. It's a perpetual dissatisfaction that is built into the context of someone working through unresolved feelings that can be exhausting, right? It can be exhausting for energy that's surrounded by someone in that modality, because, right, it's anger looking for a reason. That is the articulation of someone who has unresolved feelings they haven't worked through. When you understand that anger is the junk drawer of the soul, like when you don't know what to do with your feelings, Anger's willing to take them. Anger's like, I got it. Bring them over here, right? Because you have to understand, anger is the fastest way for us to clear off energy, right? Anger is the furnace. But this is why we have to be conscientious with what we put in the furnace of the self, because the furnace can fortify, right? It can build into the context of our own strength. But when we are feeling unresolved things anymore, all the time, we're constantly feeding the furnace things, but we don't know what we're putting in there, and they come out everywhere, right? And so this is why armor becomes our love, because when we know how we feel about things and we start feeling unresolved, we work to resolve them within ourselves, right? We go, oh, where does this go? Why do I feel like this? Like we do a little bit of unpacking, and we don't project that onto others, right? And so that's when we start to love, right? When we start doing one of the greatest things that you get, right? One of the greatest things that you get when you start to navigate your anger is you start to love your anger, right? Because it's not the fact that you have it. We all have it, but we understand why it's there. Okay, we understand why it's there. We go, no, that's my anger. Yeah, you can bring that here. Yeah, that one said that anger sits with me. No, it's fine. No, it sits right here with me. We talked about this heavily in the class that we just talked about with the Queen of Wands. We see that in that card, right? It's the responsibility we feel towards those frustration feelings that identifies the fact that we looked for the healthy places to put things. So we see that this is why these relationships are carrying moon armor. And the reason that they're carrying moon armor is not the fact that they don't feel energetically unresolved about things, but it's the fact that they identify why, right? They're not looking for a reason or a cause to feel the space of having to bring that anger out, but the modality by which they work to resolve it within themselves before they bring it to one another. And that is the most beautiful gift that we give to each other, because even if we're working through something, right, we're not in the space by which one is feeling like often when we're not doing that, then it feels like you're in a relationship with someone who's just got all this unresolved anger all the time. It can be exhaustive, because that's another person having to navigate it. This is the energy of finally being in relationship with one another, and they recognize that they give each other this gift and benefit, which is the space by which they say if they're angry with one another, they're always going to be clear and specific as to why, which brings us to alignment day. Brings us to, I told you, these temperance energy, and what have these temperance energies been doing? Having healthy arguments, clarification between the 5 of Swords with the 10 of Swords and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Knight of Cups in its upright. We've got double knights out today. No wonder there's so much conversation about armor, because the knights are all the armored messengers in the deck. But and I want to describe this. This is a continuation of what we were just talking about in terms of the energy of the moon relationships that are moving deeper into alignment with the energy that's deep within divine union, because those temperance relationships understand, right? Nothing more beautiful than being in a relationship that when you argue, the relationship becomes stronger, right? Nothing more beautiful than being in a relationship that when you argue, you see, right? You're not hammering away at each other. You're hammering away at the shape of the relationship. And the space by which we understand that it becomes stronger is the modality by which we're able to apply, right? It's the frustration that we experience that allows us to perceive things in different ways, or allows us to get over energetic hurdles or heal from deep trauma. So that's why I keep on getting, right? And I have to describe this because this was something that was coming through for some of those temperance relationships. How's that hyper-independence treating you? How's that hyper-independence treating you? Because I told you, these are temperance relationships. You'll recall the reason that the energy came towards one another in the first place is everything is possible, so long as the work is mutual. But the hard part with these temperance relationships is they have a really hard time asking for help on things. They have a really hard time asking others for assistance, because the same temperance that got them into that, the ability of being able to do something oneself, right? They're working to heal their wounds of trust by being able to energetically ask each other for help. And the modality by which they're potentially arguing, right? I almost feel like some of these energies are having the most ridiculous argument, because it's the energy that's arguing to each other to allow each other to help each other more. Is what I keep on hearing. Like, it's the energy that says, let me help you more, because it's the observation of understanding that that is how they're healing their wounds of trust as it relates to the hyper independence that came via V, right? The required self-reliance in energy by which they were surrounded by unreliable energy in experiences that may have traumatized them. This brings us to the Ten of Swords in its reversal in combination with the Knight of Wands in its reversal, and it's upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Seven of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about the Seven of Cups that we're seeing moving back into the energy that is in solitude. For a lot of those relationships, I feel like there's something interesting right now that's potentially occurring for a lot of these relationships in relationality to working through the observation or the understanding of being able to keep, like, I feel like there's something about this, about maintaining a positive outlook upon things. And the thing about it is, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to keeping a positive outlook on something has everything to do with the observation of being able to recognize and identify how we ourselves are working upon our own energetic expansion, is all I keep on seeing. And there's something significant and important there, specifically and particularly. And I want to describe this. I feel like this has a bit to do with the fact that we have so many planets in Aries right now, because for a lot of the energy working through Aries, and I keep on describing it, we've got a robust amount of planets in Aries, and it can create a lot of burst energy. But the thing that's beautiful about burst energy is when you're utilizing burst energy in a positive way, you're moving it in the space of allowing it to effectively change something, or allowing it to take a different aspect or do something in a way that you haven't done it before. And this is one of the beautiful things that we see that may potentially be happening right now, given the fact that we've got Uranus in Taurus, which has been kind of rough, but it's been there for a while. And Uranus, one of the big things that's happening this week is not only, right, there's a synchrony in the fact that not only are we moving into Taurus season tomorrow, but we've also got Uranus moving out of Taurus almost at the same exact moment and into Gemini, which is the observation of being able to work through the recognition point of understanding the energetic frustration that leads to a breakthrough, right? Because that's what happens in terms of navigating. And you have to think about it in a way, Aries is like charged energy, right? And when you think about it, when you think about your anger like a charge, then you have to understand that your anger has the ability to create breakdowns and breakthroughs in every moment that you energetically carry it, right? And what do you often see with those who self-sabotage? When those who are self-sabotaging, they'll take something and they'll put it in the worst place possible, right? It's the identification point of potentially, and this is what we talk about with projection. This is why we work to heal from projection. Because when projecting, never more are you self-sabotaging than when you are projecting. Because projecting is basically the modality by which you take something that you don't want to carry and you try to give it to another and you hurt yourself in the process, right? Like it is literally trying to move something. And this is why we talk about the work you avoid is how you face. Because if you're feeling like there's something that you can't carry and you do your best to give it to another, then that person, then you experience it in the space of that person, right? And it's the modality by which we often experience that work that is the observation of potentially working through the context of those who, like, and this is what we identify. This is often the space by which we recognize what feels more like another person carrying perpetual anger towards things and looking, right? This is often what happens when we have unresolved feelings, because when you understand the process of a mind that will take any unresolved feelings and in a pinch will stick them in your anger, right? And now you've got anger that you're just looking for an outlet for all the time, then effectively all you experience from the world is others' anger and having experienced that. So it's a self-fulfilling anger environment, right? Like you see another person that's in a self-perpetuating anger environment because there they are with all those unplaced feelings that they move to anger, that then they project onto another, right? And then as soon as they give it to another, they experience that person's anger because what they're experiencing is unreasonable. And now they've got more anger because they're saying, why is this person upset at me? And so the anger cycle just perpetuates. So this is why we work to effectively, again, when we're building into healthy alchemy of the self, it's the modality by which when we feel something that's frustrating, we don't make more of it. We don't make more of it. I make more anger. Right? Put it somewhere that feels like it's productive, right? I'm going to use this anger to implement a positive change. I'm going to use this. I'm going to put this somewhere that's helpful. And that's the space by which we build into the context, right? It's not the space by which we have to disassociate from our anger, but we allow our anger to propel us, right? The anger that becomes the propeller that moves us into better directions, right? It allows us to be able to identify where and what we need to grow from. So I feel like there's a little bit of that energy here. And so I feel like there's something about the energy. I feel like even in stating that, there's something about the energy in solitude that is getting better at recognizing, like not moving away from their anger, but trying to identify places that they can put that feeling to allow for something better to energetically occur. And so that's what's beautiful. And I feel like some of it might be doing in building into healthy relationship, right? There's something that feels very expansive, particularly with the Sun card, the Seven of Cups, and the Knight of Wands there. Continuing to get clarification between the Hangman in its reversal, the Knight of Cups in its upright, clarification for those moon relationships. I told you, let me just tell you right now, deepening energetic connections incoming. I would not be, so you hear me right now, I would not be surprised right now if the period of time that we're currently experiencing between this, the period of time that we're currently experiencing between that new moon in Aries that we just experienced up until that Taurus, up until that Scorpio full moon we've got coming in on Taurus, deepening energetic connections, positive. A lot of these relationships, a lot of these moon relationships moving into deeper union with a sense of feeling the energetic confidence and fortitude, I just see that energy. And the reason is, it's not because their relationship to the past isn't changing in the context of being in a relationship, it's changing in the best way possible because they're in a relationship where they found what was missing in past partnership. Continuing to get clarification between the Knight of Cups and the Seven of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, we've got the Strength card in its upright. So what we effectively identify with a lot of that Strength card in its upright has to do with circumstances or experiences by which there are positive conversations that are occurring in relationality to what it is that they're energetically working through. And I love to see this right now with the Knight of Cups and the Seven of Cups and the Strength card here for the energy that's deep within divine union, because this is the energy that is observing what they are getting stronger about. I just keep on seeing that a lot of these energies are finding a deeper sense of strength by being able to observe what their vulnerabilities are, right? And I like this too, because this is the energy that even when they articulate upon something that they want to change, they know deep within the fiber of their being that they are effectively looking out for each other in the best way possible at all times, right? Which is the beauty I keep on seeing. There's something about There's something about the robust communication that they potentially have with one another that articulates upon the space by which when we have a full understanding of what it is that we're working to do, then we can help one another as best as possible. So I just keep on seeing that there's something about that energy deep within divine union working upon a tableau. And the thing about is a tableau is being able to identify and recognize like the full shape of something that one is working to achieve, or the full ability of being able to identify or explain to another what one's tableau is. And so I think that there's something important about that, because I feel like it feels like there's something about this energy. And we were talking about, it's funny, there was a word that was coming through the last time we read that's a word that doesn't that says like beneforce. But benefort was basically coming through by saying the ability, it's pushing each other in the best way possible, right? Because, and you'll often see this, because when you're in an unhealthy relationship, you can usually tell because it feels like you're being pushed in ways that you don't desire or aspire to go. Benefort is the space by which someone is trying to push you in a way that it's not that you don't desire to go into that direction, but the space by which you're trying to find one's own sense of confidence within it, right? It's like it's the observation of another that recognizes one's own vulnerability as it relates to trying to move towards something, and helping each other through our own trauma around, right? Helping each other through our own trauma in relationality to what it is that we're healing from. And so I feel like there's something about that that feels like it's a lot of the energy giving each other encouragement, but it's giving each other encouragement as it relates to healing trauma, particularly and especially as it relates to circumstances or situations by which we often feel, right? By which we often feel somewhat, I keep wondering, by which we often feel like working through self-consciousness is what I keep on seeing, or working through the space by which we doubt ourselves or we doubt our own energetic abilities. Final card for today's spread between the Hierophant and the Strength card, two massive cards to be in combination, but I'm not surprised given the fact of the energetic shifts that we see happening this week. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Yeah, there's that Scorpio full moon energy with the Death card. I don't mind seeing the Death card here because I want to describe this. This is what we talk about with having an open mind, right? And often we see this, like, and I want to describe like some of the energy that we have right now coming through. Like a hard line does not allow for an open mind, is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on seeing that is because when we try to bring, like when one tries to bring a vision towards something, you have to be in the context of allowing that vision to grow. Because when a vision grows, it effectively flows. And sometimes what's beautiful about that is the space by which one is working towards a vision can sometimes, like it's the space by which you see the vision that is often changing in the context of bringing it into fruition. And the modality by which you almost like the idea, the identification point of an idea that grows is often an idea that flows, because it's the modality by which it potentially comes into being in a way that delights and surprises the self, right? And this is why we can't be too conditional with our manifestation goals. Because you ever notice that what often happens, the way you can often tell someone that's too conditional with their manifestation goal is the modality by which another person articulates that something is getting damaged as it's getting better, right? Like that's what's always wild. Like, and you can often see that the modality of bringing a manifestation goal into fruition is the space by which you effectively allow it, right? You allow it the possibility to effectively blossom around the self. And the modality by which we allow something to blossom around the self is a healthy manifestation, because we learn more, right? We learn more about oneself in the modality or the space by which we allow it to energetically arrive to us. But often right? Often what happens in the experience by which we're too rigorous in terms of what it is that we effectively aspire or desire to see is often the quality or condition by which we only see, right? And this can often be difficult. It's often the space by which we only see what we aspire to see, right? And when we only desire to see what we aspire to see, then it doesn't, then everything that doesn't match our energetic ideal feels like it is damaged in the context to the self. But this is why, right, one of the signs of an unhealthy ego is the modality by which we only want to see what we desire to see, because that's often the space by which we deny ourselves the beauty that is all around us. So that is why we identify that, and this is happening across all of the frequencies. The ability of finding harmony is in the ability by which one allows one's vision to be opened, right? When you awaken to the possibilities that are all around the self. This is why we identify it as an awakening process. Because when one is aspired to see only what one desires to see, your eyes are effectively closed, right? When one aspires to see only what one desires to see, then one is effectively taking a closed-minded approach to the world. And anything that doesn't feel like it matches your vision feels like something anathemic. But the modality by which we understand that when we're building into the context of possibility, then we look around and we see the harmony. There you are with that vision and all that harmony lying around you, just waiting, just waiting, just waiting for an opportunity to be able to arrive to it. Then it builds the condition or quality by which we ourselves navigate both our own sense of self and our relationship. But the only way we get there is if you get this silly idea of perfect out of your head, right? The only way you get there is if you understand we are not here to be perfect, we are here to perfect, right? Because that's the modality by which you see something within the context of relationship that needs work and says, okay, that's possible and mutual, we can work upon that. It's the ability to be able to identify and recognize what needs to adapt and change that allows something to become even better than it ever could have been before. But that's the modality by which we understand, right? The space by which we get there is the space by which we work towards that energetic harmony. And I feel like for a lot of across all of the frequencies right now, working towards that, it's having to navigate both the space by which one builds into the context of finding that harmony, but also I feel like there's something about working through processes of letting go, right? Letting go of energy that allows, like, that often, right? Like the perfectitude, right? The perfectitude that ruins is often the energy that is defining, right? The impossible perfect that always sees a fault in everything. That is often the demarcation point of someone that does not esteem within themselves, because it speaks more about the fact that when we don't feel that we are perfect, but we're not ready to change, then we often come into a space of judging everyone and trying to identify that they are the source of the lack of perfection that we find in ourselves, because it's the modality by which that the feeling that we're not supposed to, like we are not here to make perfect conditions for one another, but trying to effectively align into, right? The harmony that we bring into things is the modality by which we're all working towards that each day, right? The ability of finding, and this is often the lesson that a lot of Aries energy teaches us. We have to let go of comparison. The only space that you should compare yourself every day is looking upon the mirror and saying, how can I be even better than I was yesterday? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like that Six of Swords. There's always, and the heart, you have to understand everything. We're all devastating in hindsight, right? We're all energetically devastating in hindsight. And the reason we always describe that we're devastating in hindsight is because hindsight is effectively faulty. Because when we look back, there's always things that we can aspire to do better, but you have to understand that your optics are broken, right? There's always things that you can see in the past that could identify and prove it upon, because when you understand that hindsight is broken, right, then you don't allow it. You don't allow it to be something that you beat yourself up upon. You allow it to be the gift, right? The fact that hindsight is broken allows it to be a gift because it allows you to perfect the present. So I want you to understand, hindsight is broken to allow for a better present. And when you understand that hindsight is broken to allow for a better present, then you don't go around beating yourself up because you keep on seeing all of these spaces by which you could have done something better, but you say thank you, right? Thank you for the note, right? Thank you for the note. You allow that to be the space by which you allow the context of being like the moment of celebration that allows you to be able to do something better than you've ever done it before. That is our daily collective read for today. And I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, please remember it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the court cards in the wand suit. If you missed that class, it is now available on the Stack for all paid subscribers. Our next class will be held on Thursday, May 20th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you'd like to become a part of that chat class program, all you need to do is head over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything prior to the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards over the last, energetically, based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on the new moon that we experienced. There should be one up shortly on this full moon that we're moving into. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, so you will be having a free reading. And thank you so much to Lil Benkel. You got second. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. You will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, the list is open. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 16.1 on the clock app, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there will also entitle you to the same benefits that we've articulated for subscribers. I would like to be able to offer subscriptions to the place where we keep the photos. So if you guys could help me get to the number that we need in order to have memberships there, take a moment today to head over to INSTA. Make sure to give me a follow there, comment followed, and I will thank you with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared. I'll be happy to give you an affirmation as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just a reminder to anybody else, we've also changed the gift just strange because of the differentiations in the clock app. So if you would like a personal reading today, it is now no longer a baby dragon. It is a meteor shower. Thank you guys and appreciate it. Are the world ones coming together? Yeah, it's absolutely about embracing mutual potential. And what's nice about it, and the thing I want to point out, is it's not the unhealthy potential that feels quasi-directional in terms of where another person aspires to go. It's the affirmation of mutual potential and relationality to that direction. Thank you, Avatar. I noticed the star on your palm. Oh, really? The first time? It's been there for a while. That's wild, Avatar. Hi there. I'm not just listening. It was my spirit that led me to this live, and what you're saying is helping. I am so happy to hear that, dear, and thank you so much for receiving these messages, and thank you for those gifts. Thank you as well, mostly about relationship. Thank you for educating. You're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad something here is helping. And thank you for that gift. Is that a little frog? Oh my gosh, I love it. Thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you for those roses. Excellent. Thank you as well, Avatar. I do my best here, Little Bankall. I'm glad that something here is helping you today. I don't like arguing, honestly. But I want to point out, for some of these temperance relationships, it feels like neither do they, but it feels like they're arguing in the best way possible. Yeah, it depends. Most partners don't learn when they're corrected, but instead, well, and I want to point this out. I think that it says, like, the word corrected, right? Like, I think that we have to be conscientious about the word corrected, because in order to be corrected, you have to have a unifying state and understanding what is correct. So I feel like, in a way, nobody appreciates, like, the word corrected is kind of charged to a certain extent, because it begs the question, what is one's ideal or aspiration? So I feel like that's what I mean for some of these temperance relationships. They're working towards that mutual aspiration point by being able to identify and recognize to each other what that means to one another. Yeah, I understand what we do in relationship, but what if the partner's not the same? Well, and again, this is often where we would get into a personal reading to understand what the conflict is between you and a counterpart. No, it's not easy, but a good relationship never is. Absolutely. And Mia, thank you for the follow, dear. And thank you for those roses, little bank call. Appreciate it. Angry, I don't think, and here's the thing about it, like, revenge, like, nothing should ever be done out of revenge, because, and I like to point this out, like, the space by which there's nothing more away from our purpose than revenge, because it's the ego in full tilt, right? It doesn't create something nourishing. It often just creates the space And the way you can usually fortify with revenge is you can often tell, because those in a space of revenge, right, once they receive it, they don't feel any differently, right? The revenge doesn't heal anything. Yeah. Well, and I hope that some of the messages that you received here can help you understand how we can, like, when we care about our anger, then we feel validated in terms of how we feel it and what we're effectively hoping to change or achieve in expressing it. Hi there. Yep. No, I completely agree, right? It's not the fact that it's not the fact that we can always get to that point, and often there are those that are working through it, but the ability to be able to understand and recognize why some things are hard to let go is the ability to navigate and honor each other's trauma, right? Trauma is literally the emotion that we can't let go of. Hi there, Carly. How you doing today? Unreliable energy is stressful because I always aim to be consistent. Sending you support in that journey. Excellent. To join my class, okay, so all you need to do, dear, if you want to join that tarot class, is if you go over to Substack, you'll find the link in my bio. Your paid membership there is your enrollment point to the class. And if you become a paid subscriber here, if you become a super fan here, I can invite you to our super fan only disco channel. You just need to send me a disco gift after you become a super fan. And in the disco channel, you'll find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a further discount on that enrollment. And thank you for those roses. And Larina, thank you for the heart knees. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. Hi there, Miss Valerie. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 more for non-subscribers. Don't describe your life as miserable. Describe your life as something that you're working to improve upon, right? Your words are blessed. Make sure that you're using them in careful ways. Absolutely. Yeah. The more you say, yeah, just continue to identify and make sure that you're building into the context of understanding what you're working to change. And thank you for those heart knees we travel. I find folks keep asking the wrong questions because they already know what the answers are. Well, I mean, I feel like it's the observation. I mean, I feel like it's going to change on a case-by-case basis, right? But I have to understand, sometimes individuals ask the same questions because they're not getting the answer that they deserve, right? Like when another person is repeating a question, then often we have to understand what the disconnect is, you know? Hi, Cavalier. Hi there, Kate. Thank you for the follow. Just reading over. I thank you. We're not perfect, here to experience. I personally don't believe we're just here to experience. I feel deeply that we're like, it's not just, I think that the idea that we're just here to experience is something that's toxic, because that is often creating the mindset of trying to go through things just because they're there, rather than working in terms of what we can do here to allow something to be better than we left it. Yeah. I do my best. I'm so glad you feel like that, Lil. Yes to all of this. Thank you, Carly. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Kate, for the follow. Thank you for the help. And guys, please thank my mod, K. Megan, for all of their help today. Deeply appreciated. I'm going to pin her up here. I do my best, Dewax. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. A lot of Christmas gifts? Oh, that's really funny, Per. That's wild. Excellent. And thank you again for those roses, Lil. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. We're at 17.7K likes on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Oh, Avatar, your gifts today have been amazing. Looking forward to our read. Oh, I am saying it correctly. I'm glad to hear that. Ava, I'm happy to read the list here. So the list I have right now is we've got, I'm still looking for Tanisha. We've got Per, Stella, Bridget, Ava, and Avatar. And I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I know, I saw the frog. It's so cute. Nikki's going to be so happy. Oh, I hope that they're happy tears. I do. And I hope that something that you received here helps you today. Hi there, Farrelly. I always pop up on your FYP dropping wisdom when I need it. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for stopping by. Absolutely. Yes, been following a while, but the divine timing of the live seems to make my heart fill. I'm so glad to hear that something here is helping you today, dear. And thank you for popping in and letting us know. It means the world to me. That's a great answer. I do my best. Excellent. Persian Christmas time. Exactly. I have Halloween gifts. That's so funny. Oh my God, that's wild. We still need our lanternfish back. All right, we're going to get started on personal readings today. The first person we're reading for after anyone who gets on the list before we go live has priority, and now we're getting to the list of those who gone after I came on. The first person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Tanisha. Second call on Tanisha. If Tanisha is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, are we doing a general reading or if you have a specific? Well, thank you for being a part of this community, Lil. We appreciate you as well. And we're at 18.2K likes. Guys, for anyone joining us across the other apps, we read for here Life Path, Highest Priority Messages from Spirit, Angelic, Dream Interpretation, Past Life, Mediumship, Love Readings, Pet Readings, Animal Spirit Guide, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Aura, and Love. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, included in the notes when you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. First person we're reading for today is Per. I'm going to put on a little music. All right, and we've got a general question coming through. Per, you said it's in general? Let me find it. Oh, general on disco. I do mentorships, Farrelly. So my mentorships are all listed over on my site. Or you can find them on the stack. You can find the link to it. Oh, I was going to say, I was like, I didn't see it in the general. So basically my mentorships are for those who are seeking a deeper connection with their own gifts or need clarification on what they're receiving from their guides. You can purchase them on an individual basis or as a package. Excellent. I was going to say, I was like, oh, she never gets a general. That's wild. The joke, like over my head, out the window. It's in that joke's in the neighbor's lawn right now. Somebody's gonna have to go get it. Okay. Excellent. Ariane, I want you to remember you're in a space of safety here. Please make sure that you're feeling safe, seen, or supported. If you're feeling like that right now, I want you to reach out to someone in your immediate vicinity and let them know that you feel like that you need immediate help. Okay. Nothing here should replace getting medical assistance if needed. Okay. Make sure Spirit's first directive is taking care of ourselves first and foremost. So make sure if you're feeling like that, I would like you to leave the live and make sure that you're getting the care and support that you need right now. Sending you so much support, dear. Okay. Oh, I love that. Well, again, if you become a super fan, we've got a whole section for for individuals to promote their products and services. So if you become a super fan, you can be welcome to put your information there over on the disco. And to become also becoming a super fan, you're entitled to a free card each day. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a super fan is hit that button at the bottom of the screen. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now, friends. The first person we're reading for today is Per. Before we begin, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. And for anybody interested, I've only got 3 spots left today before the list will be closed. All right. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll do that again after the next reading. And we're doing a dream interpretation. So you know what that means. I got to get out the dream coconut. So just a reminder, if you guys have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. I got to bust out the dream coconut here. Like it. Okay, let's get to it. Dream, and I'm going to pin up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. All right, dream interpretation. Part 1. I was in a casual office setting with a female friend I don't know in waking life. The man I had come to speak with was in another room. I think I was there for some kind of collaboration. While he was away, I noticed an envelope in his bag containing notes and money. I went through the notes trying to find something, probably out of curiosity. 2 women entered the space where I was sitting. They obviously worked together with the man and asked me what I was doing. I was busted, and I told them that I was searching for references. Then the man I had come to see also entered the room. He was very attractive, around my age, with wavy hair that was longer on top. He was standing on the other side of the room, but in the blink of an eye, he suddenly stood very close to me on my left side, head to head, intimately close. Interestingly, I wasn't repulsed. Normally I would be if someone I didn't know entered my personal space like that. I even felt that some kind of curiosity or excitement and liked the feeling it gave me. I asked him how he had moved so quickly. He said that usually people don't see it coming and that it happens because of a kind of a personal, small tornado-like swirl. He performed the fast-moving trick for me a couple of times. I did feel his movement though, and I actually saw the small tornado he was talking about. The tornado swirl was moving beside him and was the same size. Part 2. I was in a space with my mother, I believe. And although it was a working environment, it was decorated like a home, even including a bed. I saw a small red fluffy kitten sitting outside in front of the window, accompanied by a white and red colored mature cat. I quickly opened the window to let the poor kitten inside. It was very eager to come in, so it jumped onto the floor before I could catch it. It was completely fine, though. I went straight to my bed and crawled under the blanket. It went straight under my bed and crawled under the blanket. Interesting detail. A couple of weeks ago, I had a dream where I encountered 8 or 10 cats in a house, all with the same coloring as the above-mentioned cat in this dream, white with red spots. I only recognized one of the cats personally in the dream, but I somehow knew I would get to know the others very soon. 4 cards. And thank you for being the first one on the list today. You will have an additional card in your reading. How's that intimate? How's healing that intimacy wound doing for you, my friend? All right, let's get to it. All right, the first part of the dream. All right, the first part of the dream is it's a meeting of your guides. And the reason that we can see that is because you literally said that you're in a casual office setting with a female friend that you don't know in waking life. So that's pretty clearly a guide right there. Okay. Female friend. A female friend that you don't know in waking life would effectively be the identification point of a guide. And you identified that you would come in there to speak to a man who was in another room, and you said you think there was some kind of collaboration, which means that you and the person that's in the other room is your divine counterpart, and you've got a feeling that you said you think that there's some kind of collaboration, which is having the feeling that your guides are in cahoots with you getting into relationship with your divine counterpart. So the sneaking suspicion that your guide is working in alignment to you to bring your divine counterpart towards you. And what do? There you are. You got your divine counterpart in the next room. And what are you doing? What are you doing? You got this habit. You're so cute. While you're away, you notice an envelope in his bag containing notes and money. And what do you start doing? You start going through his bag to find something. I like how you said probably out of curiosity. There's no, what are you talking about, probably? What do you mean probably? I love the fact that you said, I love the fact that you threw a probably in there, because this is something that you do. And I like reading for my clients because we see that this is a tendency of you. You've got a little bit of this, like, you've got a lot of this, like, why'd you do that? I wanted to see. I wanted to see. This is like you trying to use the elevator in the other dreams. And what happens every time you do something out of curiosity? You get delivered shadow work. Okay? You get delivered shadow work. We've been through this. And so what happens as soon as you pursue, right? As soon as you start going through this person's things, which you have no right to, because you're energetically curious, right? You have two women that enter the space where you were sitting. They obviously work together, obviously, and they asked you reasonably what you were doing. And what did you say? You told them you were searching for a reference. But here's the thing about it, right? And I want to point out, this is where it becomes okay to a certain extent, right? Because in a way, you did not lie. Okay? And I want to point this out. And we see this, and I want to point this out. You have to understand, and this is what you have to recognize. There's not going to be any part of you that your divine counterpart does not find delightful. So the truth is, you actually answered them authentically. You thought you said something to cover something up, but you actually answered correctly, which is the space by which you said I was searching for references, is because it's the observation of you. And I need to point this out. Shadow work does not tell us that we're doing something wrong. Shadow work is sometimes the time where we stand up and we say, I've got every reason to do what I'm doing, right? Which is the observation of potentially having been hurt by others keeping things from you, right? The observation of potentially having relationships where you had to find out something, not something that someone told you, but something that you had to find out through third party, or for uncovering something, or for finding something that justified your inquiry. Okay? So this is the shape of the shadow work you're seeing, because you actually answered those guides correctly when you said casually to them. When you said at first you thought you were doing it out of curiosity, but you weren't. You were checking to see who your divine counterpart was, right? You were going through their bag. You were trying to get the deets. You were trying to get information on them that they might not necessarily reveal to you. And that's why you said I was searching for references. Because I need to point this out. The thing is, and I need to show you how authentic. Can I just show you how authentic your choice to do so was? The bag was full of money. You didn't care. You weren't looking for the money, right? What were you looking for in that bag? You said there were money and notes in there. What was grabbing your attention? What were you looking for, if not the notes or the money, right? So that is the shape of the shadow work. And that's why the guides, when they came in, they weren't busting you. They were asking you what you were worried about, right? Because you weren't going in there to steal something. You were going in there to look for something. So when the guides asked you and they said, what are you looking for? They meant it they didn't mean it accusationally. They meant it earnestly. And you identifying the fact that you said you were searching for references was actually you answering them honestly, which is the space by which you were trying to see if this was a good person, by identifying and recognizing the shape of what was in their bag. That's when your divine counterpart came in. And you said that when they entered the room, surprise, surprise, they were attractive, around your age, with wavy hair that was longer on top. Okay. And I need to point out there's something very intriguing in this, because often this is actually the first time that your divine counterpart, I believe, has actually showed themselves in the dream space. We've seen them occupying very different ephemeral forms, but here we actually see them. And you said that they were standing on the other side of the room, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly stood very close to you, on your left side, head to head, intimately close. Okay? And then you said, interestingly, right? Intimately close. There's the intimacy wound, right? There's that intimacy wound. Interestingly, aren't repulsed by it. You said you would be if someone you didn't know entered your personal space like that. But yeah, of course you wouldn't be, because it's your divine counterpart and you've been working on your intimacy wound. I even felt some kind of curiosity or excitement and liked the feeling that it gave you. And then you asked them how they had moved so quickly. And he said that usually people don't see it coming, that it happens because of a kind of personal, small tornado-like swirl. And he performed the fast-moving trick for you a couple of times. Now, this is an intriguing aspect of the dream. And it's interesting, too, because it says to me that there's potentially something about the way that your counterpart may approach you that may make you feel a little off guard, right? Because it's the space by which, like, you have to understand that everything in the dream space is happening symbolically. So, and the thing you were actually saying to them was how did they make you feel, right? How did they make you feel so comfortable with them being so energetically intimate so quickly? And it's interesting the fact that they identified, and I want to point this out, what's beautiful about this divine counterpart is, even if they're good at something, they're not going to hide to you that they're good at it, right? The fact that the energy, like the fact that you articulated something to another, right? There's your curiosity. And I would not be surprised if you've had relationships where you've asked someone something personal about themselves and they were too insecure and got offended, because this is actually showing you the relationship between you and a counterpart that'll be indicative of the fact that you guys are in harmony. Because here you are, right? They immediately do something to sweep you off your feet. And you say, how did you do that, right? You immediately question it, which is you basically looking in their bag. But them saying, oh, yeah, it's something I do. Here, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you again and again and again. And every time they show it to you, you don't get bored by it. It becomes more beautiful and delightful because you see it and you see them more fully. And what you're seeing is their authenticity, right? The space by which they're so confident about themselves that when you point something out about them, they don't get offended, or they don't shy away, or they don't get upset about you being curious about them, but instead they delight, right? Your counterpart will be known to you as someone who delights in fulfilling your curiosity. And that's that tornado that you saw moving beside them, and that was effectively the same size. That was the love between you both. That's the way that it will energetically feel. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the Three of Pentacles in its upright is the observation of potentially working into the context of feeling. I feel like there's something about this. This is preparing you for the rapidness by which you may feel energetically connected to someone. And even in the space, and I want to point this out, what's interesting about that is they're gonna the only thing that they're playing off is that they can do it for with everyone, because it's the space by which the reason you saw that tornado swirl there That was not what they were creating. That was you and their energy combined, right? So the modality by which they effectively identified to you, like the fact that they were able to build such a, like the space by which they can navigate the way that you speak to them without being offended or insecure, but matching your energy. That is why you're the same size as you. And that's why they can't, the relationship between you may feel like a tornado, because it's the space by which, right, the force or the condition by which you feel together is the space by which you're not, I would describe this, you didn't identify the fact that everything was getting messed up around the tornado, just the fact that it was there. That was the observation of you being in alignment with someone that can match you, that allows for that energy to effectively not feel like, feels like it gains momentum. So something that a relationship may come together very quickly. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Boom! It was an actual intimacy one this time. Yeah. Excellent. And thank you as welcome to the jungle. I love that. I finally saw the face. Yep. I only saw the face of divine counterpart. And I need to stress, they might not necessarily look like that, because you have to remember that we've talked about the fact that this is a karmic connection. So you might be remembering what they look like in a past life. I'm just going to put that there. Just casually going through it. It's okay. It's casually going through their stuff. They're not going to mind that, because you're their divine counterpart. I try not to in waking life. I love that. Don't be suspicious. How you doing today, Ghetto? Yeah, only does it in the shadow of the dream space. Definitely that's Scorpio. Yeah, it is Scorpionic. Yeah, it's okay. You're in a safe space here. We won't tell anyone. We won't tell anyone beyond the people who are here and the general, like everybody in the live. Why did you bring back? People are yelling at you for not taking the money. Don't you, Bridget? Don't you want to plus 5 people in the chat with 5K? Amazing, amazing. Thank you as well for the ice cream cones. The ice cream cones, little. Money wasn't interesting. The notes were interesting. I figured you were going to say that. Those were the references you were looking at. Anthony, thank you for those heart me's. Absolutely. Forgiveness is not forgetting. Forgiveness is healing, and forgetting is the scar. Beautifully, beautifully stated. I like that. Yeah, they didn't say anything about, no, why would they? They don't mind it. It's your divine, like that's another indication they were your divine counterpart. They delight that about you. Oh, hi there, user ones. How are you doing? Yeah, I've been trying to get back on the list. I know. We were looking for you before. Do you want to get back on the list today? Yeah, I've got you. I've still got you. If you'd like to get back on, I'll let you know. I will tell you right now, if you get on the list, I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 people ahead of you. So if you want to get on the list, I'm happy to add you to it. You'll be the 5th person read for. All right, perfect. I have added you back. Okay, perfect. We've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. The next person on the list for today is, I am looking right now, I'm still looking for Tanisha. Yep. Stella, you did send enough for another reading today. Did you want to have that reading, or was that a gift? No problem, dear. Yeah, if you need to be removed off of it, just let me know. All right, and if Stella is away, then the next person on the list for today is, oh, thank you, Stella. I deeply appreciate that. Excellent. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Stella, I'll definitely give you another, I will definitely give you an additional card next time you have a reading with me. Bridget, could you let me, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. Oh, the personal, oh, so the cats. Hold on, you're right. We have to get to the cat part. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I completely forgot the second part of that dream. Apologies. So hold on, let me finish getting the clarification. So in relationality to, it's all right. In relationality to, I mean, it's interesting too, because it does feel like a very different dream. It's going to be like this second part is like, was this the same night that you had this dream? Okay. Only if you're comfortable in doing so, Per, because the thing is, I do feel like we need to get another read on it because, and I want to describe this, it has a lot to do with the observation in relationality to the cats. And I feel like there's something, like there's something that we have to notate in terms of working through the space of them. And I think that it also has to do with the tornado. So, but I feel like it warrants its own read because it's working into how the intimacy wound formed in the first place. And I feel like, yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Perfect. Thank you. Jess, I'm going to ask that you please not repeat the same question over and over again in the chat space. The way to get readings is to send a donation and you're added to the list. So if you want a reading on Virgo, we're not doing tarot astrology today. We'll probably be doing tarot astrology tomorrow. So if you either want to come back tomorrow for a read on Virgo, we'll be doing it then. If you want a personal read, I'm going to ask that you please, you have to send a donation. Okay, and I will ask to please not keep on repeating that question because it will get you muted. Make sure that you take a look at our protocols about how to navigate in the chat space. They're pinned up to my profile. Excellent, Per. All right. No problem, Bridget. All right, if Bridget's not going right now, the next person on the list right now is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh, wait, Bridget, wait, Bridget, you ready for your read? Okay, wait, Bridget and then Ava. Okay, hold on, okay. Excellent. Okay. No, it's all right. No problem. Okay, Bridget. I've got you here. All right, before we continue with Bridget's read right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, Bridget, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, I'm going to pin up Bridget here, guys. Make sure to give Bridget some love. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. I mean, you got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. Outside tea, I would like to explore my connection to Source. The other day, I did several readings for a friend and unexpectedly connected with multiple loved ones who have passed, along with some connections that felt more intentional. I was genuinely surprised by how it all unfolded and what came through. Now I feel guided to explore this more deeply, especially within my mentorship classes. I want to understand my connection to spirit better and discern whether this is a path I'm meant to pursue as part of that mentorship. Can I please get 4 cards? Whoa. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. Remember, okay, because I'm just going to show you these cards first, and then we'll get into it. Got it? The double Queen of Wands for your information, just so that we're on the same page here. Okay, so remember how I said that I keep on picking up the fact that in a past life, there was a really deep land connection. There was like a really deep land connection. There was like a really, really deep land connection, and that you used to do something that was very, very oriented to the ground, and making sure that the ground was happy. Okay, so remember how a lot of that was talking to the earth. You have to understand that there are things there are that the modality by which you were working through the ground was often the space by which you would have to talk to the ground to identify if the ground was good for things, or if the ground was happy about something being done to it, or something going there, or not just something, someone. It's hard sometimes when I'm reading into past lives, because often when I'm reading into past lives, it gets very confusing, because there are certain, especially the older that the past life is, we sometimes fall into the space by which I have to effectively identify a profession that no longer exists. So it's often a little bit confusing, because we've effectively talked about the fact that there was something that your past life used to do, that your connection to the earth, like your personal connection to the earth, was such that the earth would tell you things. And the space by which, when you are talking to the earth, you are also talking to the earth's occupants. And when you recognize that often the space by which you have to understand that where we put things becomes, it's not the space by which you would end up just talking to the earth, but you would talk to the occupants of the earth. And for the most part, especially in the community that I see that you were in, that had to do with talking to, I keep on, it's funny because they're that were laid to rest in a certain space would basically also fall into that effective purview. So it's not that hard to, it feels to me that the space by which, and I've been telling you, what have you been doing recently? Right? You've been putting more prioritization into the earth, or into your connection to the earth, than you ever have before. Or I see that I wouldn't be surprised if you're spending more time outdoors right now. You should be doing your readings outdoors. But the space by which I see, the thing is, the person you were reading for, they've got some kind of connection where you were. Because I feel like that's why they were coming through so much. If it hasn't happened before, If it hasn't happened before, then I want you to understand, you got to look at this scientifically, which is recognizing what was different this time around. And I see two different differences that potentially were arriving. One was the location by which you were doing the reading, which again, if it was outside and it got stronger, that would be your confirmation in terms of what I'm seeing here. The other is if this person has a long history in that location, or if they've got some kind of ancestral connection to the place that you were at. Because I keep on getting that you were in some place where the earth was all chatty, I keep on getting chatty Cathy. I don't know why the words chatty Cathy are coming through. I don't know where Cathay is what I keep on getting too. Which is to say, I don't know why there's a catheter involved as well, but there's something about that I keep on seeing that I want you to be very conscientious, because I keep on hearing as you start to heal your relationship to that earth connection, you're going to discover, right? I like to keep on hearing perks, perks, perks. You're going to start discovering, I mean, perks with a question mark. You're going to, the one thing that might be hard, the thing I keep on seeing, and you're going to have to recognize this, is especially when you get into the space, like, and I think you had a crowded reading, didn't you? You experienced a really crowded reading. And I like to describe when I'm working with some clients, especially if you connect to spirit, it can start getting really crowded because you start getting a lot of people that are trying to communicate things all at once. Probably, if this is happening, we probably need to attenuate you better into a guide to help facilitate communication. Because the only thing that sometimes happens, especially with ancestral connections in that way, is they can get very eager, right? When you're in the right place, I need to point this out. When you're in the right, like, and this is like channeler problems. When you're in the right place, and someone recognizes that you can hear them, right? When you're in the right place and energy recognizes that you can hear them, then I have to tell you, like, it's literally one of those situations. I like to describe it like the crowd goes wild, which can often feel a little confusing when you're reading, because it can feel like a lot of energy trying to communicate things all at once, and it's not like, depending, all it takes is like somebody impolite in that bunch. It's like, all it takes is somebody who's like impolite is what I keep on getting. So like I feel like, I'm glad that you brought this up, because we need to pay attention. Like, you had a breakthrough, you had a breakthrough in one of your readings. And when you have a breakthrough, when you're having a breakthrough in a reading like this, the important thing to notate is the capital F, the factors. What were the factors that allowed for something to come through so strongly? And I keep on seeing there were several different factors that we'll go through, and I keep on seeing the most important being the location. Because often when you've got so much earth energy like you do, like location, especially if the earth was good around you when you were doing the reading. And the other thing I keep on seeing is, it's funny too, because I try to write down the earth wants to talk, and instead it wrote down the earth wants to walk, which is having to navigate the person you were reading for, having some kind of deep connection with the location you were in, is what I keep on getting. I would be very curious about the ancestral connection that person had to that place, even if they're not aware of it. Because even if they're not aware of it, it might not be this life that was coming through. It might have been a past. So these are very important factors to take into consideration. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, like when we're dealing with this, it's making sure that you've got a guide, that you and the guide are following the proper, like you're following the proper protocols in terms of working through. So, and I feel like, I don't, yeah, you've got a very strong energetic guide around you. you know, and I feel like the thing about it, I'm kind of seeing, it feels to me like I see somebody who you were reading for going through like a rough patch, or trying to making sure that they're trying to take care of themselves is what I keep on seeing. Because you know, the one thing I keep on identifying here too is like well like especially with this like there's truth in things, and often the space by which we like we'll talk about it in the private, because there's something about that that I keep on seeing is like the difference between like the difference between what another person often sometimes we have to facilitate between what a person needs to hear and what someone wants to tell them in spirit, is recognizing whether it feels like it's energetically healing, is what I keep on getting, or if it's somebody trying to continue an argument. I'm not sure where that's coming through on, but thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 20.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. We read for here: life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet reading, animal spirit guide, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, aura, and love. Just taking a moment to read over. The way she's been getting the 50Ks, I'm going to go with the bye. Nikki, how are you doing, dear? And Zarina, thank you for the follow. No, but you know, it's interesting too, because the confusion was exactly what I was seeing that was coming through in the reading. Like a lot of energy clambering, like a lot of energy trying to clamber into the reading. Hi there. Yeah, Bridget turned into a water animal. The seals are the dogs of the ocean. I never thought of that. That's interesting for her. How you doing, Zarina? Thank you for those roses, Lil. Yeah, yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirmation. Double confirmation. Yeah, that's Julia. I can feel into things pretty easily. Yeah. What you're saying makes me believe the truth is in my blood. Oh, that's beautiful. Well, again, a lot of the work that we do here, again, Lil, especially when I do mentorships, is helping others recognize or reactivate gifts, especially if they're latent. Yeah, you spent the whole weekend outside. You see what a difference it had? You see what a difference it had? Yep, this has been happening my whole life. Yeah, I've never pursued it. Yeah, exactly. Beautifully stated, Lil. Gift activation, boom. Joanna, thank you for the follow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like that's like when the connection is good, I keep on seeing a lot of that past life work was talking through, like it's like when you were talking through about whether the earth was good for something, you were talking to the occupants of it too. So it's saying to me it was the same work. Like the work that you did was not just talking to the earth, but you were talking to the earth's occupants, which is anybody who energetically resided in a space. Yeah, 3 or 4 loved ones came forward. Yeah, that was what I was getting there. The hard part is like, especially Like there's a little bit of work I feel like we need to do in terms of you figuring out where they're coming from because of that connection in the earth. Yeah, your grandma. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah, they're the gatekeeper. Thank you. Yeah, I got confirmation on that. Yeah, the spirits were so overwhelming. Yeah, before they were so overwhelming to the point it would spiral. No, I get it. That was what I meant by the crowd goes wild. Ah, yeah, we'll talk about that. That was the Page of Cups. Again, we'll talk about it later. Yep. No, yeah, like we'll discuss it. Like we'll discuss it offline. Hi there, Salita. I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, these are donation-based readings. So we've got 2 more spots available today if you'd like to get on the list. Yeah, the front, they were going through a rough I can see that. You know, I feel like I was seeing them going through, but I keep on getting, it feels like one spirit really trying to come through very hard to give them a pep talk, but maybe not in the best way possible, is what I keep on seeing, especially if they did not have the greatest of relationships when they were present here. Yeah. Amira, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available. But I'm also having a little bit of a hard time understanding what you're asking for in relationality to the reading. Yeah, the spirit, here's the thing, like that's what often needs to be navigated when you're doing readings like that, especially if the person was a little rough in the context of when they were here. Per, we're all surprised that Per's volunteering to be a Per's like, what does this button do? Where are we going now? Shepard, I'm going to ask again. Please, there is a protocol. There's a code of conduct on that's pinned up in my profile. Please make sure to read it. Repeating the same question here does not get the reading done. It will get you muted, so please be respectful of the chat space. It was her dad. Thank you for confirming. I didn't share those details. Yeah, well, that was probably wise, is what I keep on getting. Hold on a minute. Just catching back up. Thank you, Amira, for the follow. You're welcome, Bridget. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I don't think I was supposed to resonate with that one. Yeah. Amira, I'm going to ask again, please be mindful of the code of conduct, which says the way you get a reading here is not to repeat the same question over and over again. It's very impolite and disrespectful of those trying to communicate. So I'm going to ask you to please make sure that either you send the donation to have the reading, or you refrain from posting the same question, because I will have to mute you if you continue. Thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely address it in the mentorship, dear. Yep, you're so welcome. Hi there, Gabrielle. How you doing today? It reminded me of Avatar the Last. I don't. No, I don't do that, Gabrielle. The Avatar link between Earth and Spirit realms, many lives it can connect to. No, it's just interesting. But I think it's, I feel like it's interesting in the way that show portrays being connected to an element, because often when I read for individuals, we usually have a core element that we feel connected to. Like you'll meet somebody with like strong water placements or strong fire placements, etc. Yep. Hi there. Hi there. I don't think I'm not asking for a reading, but what came or felt to your mind? I'm not sure what you're in. This is my first comment about it. Again, that you actually are asking me for a reading. Like I need to point out, I just need to stress this. You asking me for my impressions on something that you commented on is basically you asking me for an energy read. So I'm going to tell you, I'm happy to do an energetic read on you, but that would be a reading. So if you'd like to send the donation, I'm happy to do an energy reading for you. But I deeply appreciate the way that you tried to clarify that wouldn't be a reading, because it certainly would be. Yep. Okay. That, I mean, again, yeah, you're so, hi there. Yes, Lil, you're right. With activate is avatar connected to previous. Well, and I think that one of the things that we're seeing is like, especially with the double Queen of Wands there, it's you kind of coming back into alignment with some gifts that you potentially carried over from the past life. I love that purr. I am all rainbows and sunshine. To join the list, Poise, all you do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Links in my bio. For anyone interested, we read for here. Highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Angelic, Dream Interpretation, Past Life, Mediumship, Love Readings, Pet Readings, Animal Spirit Guide Readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Keely, thank you for the follow, and Poise, thank you for the follow. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same subscriber benefits. I would like to be able to offer those benefits over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that because I have to get to 10,000 followers to do so. So if you guys could take a moment to give me a follow over on the INSTA, comment followed, I'll thank you with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. If you're already following me there, just share this live with 3 individuals, comment, share, I'll be happy to do so as well. Excellent. You talked to a lot of trees this weekend. My friend was all into the history of colonial Williamsburg, and I'm like, oh, look at that tree. Ah, thank you for confirming. Somebody really deeply connected to the area that I kept on seeing. Thank you. All right, let's continue. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. I've got 2 spots available, and you'll be the third. You will be the third person read for. Excellent. Question on the disco. Just a reminder, if you are a subscriber, you can post and you have information that's relevant for the purposes of our read. You can include it in our subscriber-only disco channel. You can also post it as in the note when you send the donation. That's hilarious, Bridget. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, June, Ava? And as before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Bridget, thank you for getting on the list again. I've got 1 more spot today before the list will be closed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. I would love a reading on purpose and career, future focused. I finished my bachelor last year. Congratulations. And I feel more lost than I ever did. I'm also torn between going back to school or taking a more unconventional approach. Highest timeline regarding my purpose and what direction is my highest good. Four cards for Ava. Just a reminder, we never look to the tarot to make decisions for us, but rather to inform our decisions. Thank you. You know, I keep on, one moment. You know, it's really hard because it's interesting because I feel like I see a lot of individuals trying to put opportunities to you right now, and you utilizing like a lot of discernment, like a lot of discernment. And the thing about it that I keep on I keep on seeing, and especially with this otter energy, and I have to stress this, you are not the type of person that is going to do well with something that your heart isn't into, is what I keep on getting. Like there's some people, like there are some people that are personally fine turning. I keep on like getting like, there are some people that are personally fine turning it on, if you know what I mean, when they get to work, and then turning it off when they leave. I feel like that's not something that's ever going to sit well with you, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that's the hard part about it. Like there's no, and I like to point this out, when you're doing something that you care about, it's not going to feel like you're turning anything on. It feels like I just see you being able to do something that you care about and that you delight in doing. The thing I keep on seeing though is, and I think that this is really important, because I don't know why, I don't know if there's some kind of difference that you're having right now between the difference between teaching and research, is what I keep on getting. So I want you to be really conscientious about something there, because and the best way I can put this is, and the reason I'm articulating this is, when we are teaching, we always have to turn it on, right? Like I want you to be mindful of that, because if that, and it's okay, and here's the thing about it, like this is often why some people are like, I don't like to do that, because that experience of having to effectively be in the space by which, like I keep on hearing, like the space by which a lot of energy is focused towards the self, that is something that you can learn to get better at, but you have to want to get better at it. And it's okay. And here's the thing about it, it's okay if you don't want to, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like there's something, and I think that that's really important, because I keep on seeing a situation around you by which others are trying to encourage you in a direction because they feel like you would be really good at something, right? And you probably would, but I keep on hearing, if you don't want to do it, then regardless of whether you would be good at it or not, you like without desire there, then you never will be, is what I keep on hearing. Like, and I think it's hard because, like, I don't know why it feels like there's some kind of energy of like peer pressure around you to a certain extent, you know? And I keep on hearing sometimes, like, I want to point this out, and this is what I want you to think about, okay? Make sure, like, there's something to notate and being able to do something by which you recognize there's a power in being able to fall back on something. Okay? like, and I want you to understand, like, the beauty of, I keep wondering, like, the beauty of a fallback plan is that it's there when we need it. And it gives us enough courage to do something that we haven't done before. And so I want you to make sure, I feel like there's something to navigate if someone feels like they're pushing you in a direction that you're not inclined to go, in terms of telling them that you're thinking strategically. And strategically means I want to do something, but not yet, is what I keep on hearing. You saying to someone, I want to do something, not yet, because it would pigeonhole me too much. And I'm not sure why that's coming through, but I feel like I want to communicate it to you because I feel like it's going to help another person understand the way that you're thinking about something. Now, bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, I feel like you need to go into meditation. You need to meditate. You need to meditate right now and do the visualization of introduction. You need to meditate right now and go into a meditation of introduction, which is effectively allowing yourself to enter an enter a state, and imagine that you're seeing yourself in a few years and someone is introducing you, right? What are they saying? What do they hear you say? How are they introducing you to another? What are they stating there? What do you energetically hear? Because something about you, something about what you hear in that meditation is going to help you identify direction. Because that's going to be the difference between you feeling that you have to find a direction versus following a direction. And that's why I keep on seeing that. I keep on continue to do that meditation, even if it sounds like what you're hearing there is weird, because that might be you coming to understand or find something that you are not necessarily aware or familiar exists yet. So I want you to make sure that you're doing two different things right now. I want you to make sure that you're taking some time each day to go into that meditation and have the meditation of introduction, a visualization of introduction, which is the space by which another is introducing you and hearing how they articulate or define you, while simultaneously and similarly recognizing the difference between what you want to do on the short term that's getting you to where you need to go on the long term, which says it's okay to have a short-term manifestation goal, which is to say, this is what I want to do for this short period of time while I'm working towards this, right? Because I feel like that is going to help you right now identify to another what your plan is, but also identify not just what you want to do, but when you want to do it. And something about identifying the difference between you saying, like, that is a short-term goal that gets you to a long-term goal, versus you saying, like, that's where I ultimately end up or desire to be, is you doing the difference in terms of identifying the difference between a next step and a long-term plan, right? The difference between a next step and a long-term plan is that the next step should get you towards that goal. It shouldn't feel like it's a deviation from it. It should feel like the logical next step to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I've got one spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're also at 21.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Yes, I realized that this year. Thank you for confirming. Oh, interesting. We're reading on trees now. Ken, I'm afraid I can't read what you posted. If there's any way you can translate it, dear. Oh, you have a dream. Looking forward to it, Bridget. I also have to say when I moved here, it was truly because I fell in love. Okay, so again, you're in a good nodal place. Oh, that's so wild, Bridget. Hi there, Poison. Is there a time for me? Yes, I've got one spot available today if you would like to claim that spot, dear. Thank you for the help, Per. Tanisha, I've already got you on the list. I've been waiting for you. Yeah, so I can, yeah, you've been on the list. I can read for you next. Absolutely. And thank you, Coco, for the heart puff. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Why? Oh, thank you for also connecting to this message, Lil. Excellent. Hold on a minute. I feel like I'm not receiving my downloads at the moment. Don't worry about not receiving downloads. Concentrate on that. Concentrate. I feel like some of your guides right now might not be dropping information to you because they don't want to, they want you to be able to decide what feels best for you. So see if you can concentrate on that meditation to help build the direction. You're always welcome to ask questions here, BLX, but if you want a reading, that's a donation. Absolutely. As I said, if you have a question in relationality to anything that's occurring, you're always welcome to state it, BLX. But if you'd like to have a reading done, those are donation based. I've got one more spot available today. All you do is send the donation. You can be added to the list. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. I'm a Capricorn, definitely would be Earth. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah. Hey, Dada, we're doing well. How are you doing today? Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, second call right now in Tashina. Tashina, how are you doing today? How are you doing? Apologies for mispronunciation. You're so welcome. We're doing, okay, root chakra, good home cleaning, organizing, work, money, blocks or stagnation. Great energy for this right now. Perfect energy. Before we continue right now, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. You can tell it's good energy to do as I just drew the 2 blanks out for you. I feel like we'll keep these here for now. All right, I've got the animal spirit. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up here Tashina. Guys, make sure to give Tashina some love. 4 cards, please. Someone just move out? Someone move out or somebody moving in? Yeah, it feels to me like You know, it's interesting because I feel like I see you trying to clear space to be able to do something more professionally, is what I keep on getting. You know, like I feel like there's something to recognize in terms of, like, I just keep on hearing you trying to do something professionally. You've got the space to do it. You just need to, you need to effectively, um, I don't know why I keep on getting, finding a way to compartmentalize something, or having a dedicated space where you're doing something. And I think that this is, I feel like this is you getting back into something, like, and I want to point this out, you'll never know, like, nothing, there's nothing more toxic than being in a relationship where we're trying to do something professionally that another person keeps on insisting is a hobby. That's belittling. I just want to reaffirm that. This is why that's so toxic. Like, you don't, there's nothing more, there's nothing more toxic than we're in the midst of doing something professionally, and someone tries to hobble us by calling it a hobby, is what I keep on getting. And I think that that's really important. And I know that you asked, I know that you asked for a professional, like a reading about clearing hurdles, but I feel like there's something about this being stated because this is a type of energetic cleansing that you also have to pay attention to. That when we're working to cleanse our spaces, it's not just the things that we work to cleanse through, it's the observation of energy that does not respect what we do, or in some way, shape, or form tries to diminish the quality and condition by way or by means of trying to energetically belittle, in terms of the fact that they're basically, when someone belittles like that, they're basically trying to perpetually broadcast to you that they don't feel that it's important. And so I think that that's really important, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that a lot of the work that I see that you're doing there is, if somebody is making you feel like that, make sure that you're making them aware of it, is what I keep on seeing. That observation of kind of doing so, like, and I think that, like, that's the first thing I'm doing. I know to a certain extent I feel like you are doing that successfully, but um, continue, like, continue to articulate and lay the groundwork of those boundaries. Now, the other thing I'm seeing right now is, the first thing is making sure that the energy around you respects your space. And I keep on seeing, respecting space is respecting that you need space to do something. And I feel like even in the space, I don't know if you live with someone or if they're in a place by which they themselves have like more of a cluttered point of view, but the space by which you say to another person, like, this is a cluttered free zone, and it's really important to me that it stays uncluttered, is something that feels like a communal shift, by making sure that others are being respective of the fact that you're trying to carve out some space to do something. So make sure that not only you're doing something, but make sure others are aware of the fact that you're doing so. Because the other observation that I'm effectively seeing right now is, you know, it also says to me a little bit, like, there's something important about a little bit at a time goes a very long way, which is also identifying the fact that I see you. Don't, like, you need to plan a day. You need to plan a day to do something. And I think you might need to get some help in doing it. Because like I just keep on seeing, like I feel like I keep on seeing you trying to do something in like a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. And the thing about it is, like, sometimes when we try to do something a little bit at a time and a little bit at a time, it feels like we're not making any breakthroughs. So I really feel like you need to prioritize this, and you need to carve out some time, and you might need to identify to another person and saying, like, look, I need you there to keep me on task in doing it. I keep on saying sometimes it's helpful to have someone there to bear witness to make sure that we get something done, which is the space by which we don't say today's the day I'm going to do it, but the day we say today's the day I'm going to do it, and I'm going to keep somebody there with me to hold me accountable of getting it done. There's nothing wrong with that. That's something very normal, because often the space by which we bring another person into it builds into the responsibility of recognizing that that is what we're aiming to do. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. Like, I feel like you have to make it. I don't know what it is. I feel like there's something you're doing that feels like a complete overhaul. Which is like, and I just keep on seeing you, like, and this is what I mean. Like, if you can't, I don't know why I see a situation of you saying, I don't know if you've got other energy around you, but being like, look, this is the date I'm doing something, and I need to warn you, it's going to look like it's going to be a mess before it's fixed. Which is taking out, like I said, not doing it piece by piece, taking out everything and just getting it done. And that's what I said about having somebody there to keep you accountable while you're doing it. Because it feels very emotional. Like, I feel like there's something about it. Like, I keep on, like, I want to describe, like, especially if you feel a deep emotional connection to something that you're doing, like having somebody there to help you with that emotionality. Or this could say, if there's somebody around you who's too emotionally connected to things, having to say to them, like, this is the thing, like, you can't do something if somebody's emotionally connected to everything you're doing, right? You might have to make sure that you say to someone, like, look, I can do this, but you need to go away if you want it done, right? Because, like, I don't know who that, I don't know why I keep on feeling like there's somebody energetically connected to this that may feel like I feel like there's a lot of this emotionality, and I feel like it's you having this, like, both wrestle with that yourself, but I keep on saying, make sure whoever you bring to help you isn't as emotional as you with it, because I almost feel like you need somebody, like, you need someone that can hold you through it, but will not hold you up because they themselves need that same amount of emotional support, is what I keep on seeing. So think about a healthy support system that can be there as you navigate it, but also can keep you on task, if that makes sense, right? Like, in having a conversation with them about that, being like, look, I want to do this, and I'm preparing for the fact that I'm going to feel very emotional as I do. So that is you saying to someone, like, look, this is the responsibility I need from you beforehand, which is saying, like, look, I want to do it. I'm going to have a lot of feelings, and I'm going to ask you to make sure to try to keep me on task, which is you saying to another person, like, you recognize what might come, like, what might evolve, right? That's you taking care of yourself. That's past self taking care of future self, because you saying to another person, not only do I need this, but I know, like, I'm aware about how it might impact me, and as I'm doing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, I've got one spot available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Mace, for the follow. Hold on a minute. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Meowdy, I've never heard that before, Atomic. I love it. Yes, you are hearing music. I got music playing. Yep, 2 blanks, exactly. Yes, the sound win. I like that. Okay. Absolutely. And thank you for those roses, Lil. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciated. Good to see you today, dear. I love that frequency sound. Oh, thank you. I'm throwing everything away. I'm just holding on for some reason. 100%. It's all connected. How to move forward. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, guys. I was teaching myself mechanics. Oh my gosh, they would always tell you you're not a mechanic. Oh yeah, not with that attitude. Ugh, Dada, sending you so much support. Absolutely. Ugh. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I get that. You can't stay with someone that puts you down. Absolutely not. I'm so glad that this helped, dear. Yeah, I need that. I need that. I need that. I need like bodyguard to make sure I get things done. I know the problem is I was happy more than sad. Oh, sending you support on that, Dada. And yeah, I'm cleansing everything. It's been a mess giving up. Oh, they passed. I understand, dear. Sending you so much support on that journey. That was the emotionality I kept on seeing. Okay. Yeah, they keep coming over. That's me, too emotionally connected. Oh, sending you support, Dada. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, you don't need to do. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, dear. And thank you for coming back for your reading, and thank you for your patience. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on this list is going, and I don't know why. I almost see a day by which like you invite others over to give them things. I don't know why I kept on seeing that, like making it, like not making it something that you dread, but something that you celebrate was coming through too. Just kind of something to keep in mind as well. All right, the next person on the list for today is user once known. If you're here, can you please let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder to anybody joining us, we have one more spot available today before the list will be closed. We read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Angelic, Dream Interpretation, Past Life Mediumship, Love Reading, Pet Reading, Animal Spirit, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit, Love, and Aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for our reads, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. I'm going to take a moment. Oh, Avatar, I apologize. You're next on the list. Thank you. Yeah, apologies. It's Avatar and then it's user once known. Thank you for reminding me, dear. I appreciate that. Excellent. No problem, dear. And before we continue right now, absolutely. And before we continue, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stork. Thank you guys so much. We will do that again after the next reading. And Avatar, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. Excellent. A moment, please. Perfect. In the disco. Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. All right. And just a reminder to anyone joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Oh, I did it again. Oh, that's interesting. All right. I have to make a note on that. Hold on. I have to make a note on it for Avatar. Hold on a minute. Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, put that back out. And I'm going to pin up, hold on a minute. Posting, I got you here. Pinning up Avatar now. Outside T. I'm not looking, okay. I'm hoping to connect with my guides in reference to how I'm evolving and developing a relationship in terms of listening to my own body cues. It feels like I hear my body well. Beautifully stated. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Avatar? I love that question. Mm-hmm. One second. Whoop. All right. So I mean, you're definitely getting much better at, and energetically, I feel like you're getting much better at following your body cues, specifically and particularly because I don't see you pushing yourself so hard, you know? Um, and I feel like there's something, about this where I see you getting a lot stronger right now. And the thing about, you know, I don't know why I keep on getting this, but I feel like you're healing. I feel like I see you healing your relationship to your body, because I literally see a situation by which, and I want to point this out, Never do we know someone, like, never, like, there are sometimes experiences where we meet individuals who identify the fact that they miss how we looked when we were unwell. I want you to write that down, because I feel like there's something about it that's incredibly important, specifically and particularly as it relates, like, and I want to understand, make sure that you're not listening to distorted energy. And you know what kind of distortion that I'm talking about, right? Like, when I talk about distortion, is the energy that potentially looks back on something and said, like, oh, I miss when you look like that. And you being like, what you mean when I was contorting? Right? Like, that's what distorting energy will do. Like, distortion energy will look back and say, I miss the way you used to look when you were energetically contorting yourself. Right? And you're not contorting yourself anymore. You're purporting yourself. So I want you to be very conscientious about that, because I don't want you to be informed by another person's distortions. And often, here's the thing about it, sometimes distorting energy, like, I love that often distorting energy likes to come across as harmless. You know, distortion energy loves to come across as harmless in relationality to someone who's like, oh, right? And I want you to understand, distortion energy wants to come across as harmless because they'll pull up something from the archives of us and be like, oh, remember how, like, I keep on hearing, like, somebody who goes, remember how good you looked? Which, again, is an insult, right? Because it's somebody going like, I was giving you a compliment. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. That was not a compliment. That was somebody going, I preferred you like that. Take the note. You stay away from that energy. You stay away from that energy. You give that energy distance and let them have the memory, is what I keep on hearing. You give that energy different. You give that energy different. I was trying to say distance. And I've got a guy that was trying to say difference, because that's the energy that said, like, you give them difference, which says let them have the memory, which is like, I keep on hearing, don't even argue with them. Be like, I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you do. Right? Because it's like you saying to them, like, I bet you do, because that was you, like, effectively denying, like, I keep on hearing, that was you denying yourself to become more appealing to them. Right? Oh, that's wild, right? There you go. Like, isn't that nice? Like, look at that. It's amazing that the problem has solved itself. The problem has solved itself. You start to heal, the way you look changes. The energy that then goes like, oh, I miss the way you used to look, being like, I bet you did, because that's now, you now understand the energy that's looking more towards you contorting yourself. Right? You're looking more towards the energy that preferred you when you were contorting yourself for them, instead of seeing how much you've healed or how well you've changed. So I want you to hold, like, it's okay if you hold that in both hands, because that's a lot to deal with. And I want to point out, I keep on hearing your beauty is energetically present. And when I say your beauty is present, then that is the space by which I said you have to understand, you even said it. You said you're hearing your body well right now, right? And what is your body saying? Your body's saying you're beautiful in the present. This is you at your most beautiful. And if others don't, and I want you, and that's not to say that something is perfect, but the reason that your body identifies beauty in relationality to how well you are in communication with it. So understanding and identifying that if this is your body saying to you at this moment, you have never been more beautiful than how you are at this minute, then you're allowed to have feelings about anyone that tries to argue with that is not the case, because that is somebody that is building into, right? That is not someone that can come with you into your present, but rather is effectively longing for you to return back to a situation by which you were less healthy. Bottom of the deck, oh, almost on cue, like almost on cue. Look at that. Hold on a minute. Okay. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, man, this Wheel of Fortune in its upright, you know, like you've got, I don't know what energetic free, I don't know where you were or who you're healing from, but like define fun, because fun should not be calibrated by another person being miserable, you know? And I need to point this out. Like, you can usually see the shape of the energy that needs to leave through the back door in the space by which another person says, I miss when you were fun. And another person saying, oh, you mean when I was at my most sad? When I was at my most desperate? Like when you were in the modality by which you were feeling so energetically vacant? Like, I keep wondering, let them have that vacancy. Because the vacancy is understanding that is that exactly kind of conversation, and the modality by which you've been making healthier choices is exactly why they can't come with you to those healthy choices, right? Don't be longing, like the modality by which another person tries to articulate, like, and it's funny too, because you've got somebody in spirit that wants to fight somebody, is what I'm getting. Because that's why I keep on trying to speak. And the word that keeps on trying to come in through is fight, which is somebody in spirit who like wants to like reach through like somebody and hit and hurt them in some way. Because I just keep on seeing, I don't know who this is in spirit, but they're in the space by which they see you having made healthy choices. And I want to point this out. If energy sees you making healthy choices and proceeds to make you feel like you're being left out of things, that is a blessing. Okay? That is that right there. Look at that blessing. Because that blessing is the space by which they're saving you the grief and aggravation of having to deal with their peer pressure, is what I keep on hearing, right? Having to deal with the grief and aggravation of another's peer pressure is its own blessing. So don't let it inform you. Keep paying attention to what your body needs, because I feel like what's beautiful about it is not only are you healing your body right now, I feel like you're healing the energy surrounding you in relationality to others. Like, I keep wondering, others over interest, right? Others over interest in the shape of it. And that's why that stork energy that came through, which is the space by which it says your body does not exist to deliver things to others. It exists to deliver gifts to the self. So be very conscientious of that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Claire, I got you on the list, and the list is now closed. Claire, can you give me the initials where you sent the donation, please? Just the initials will do. I could understand that. I do. I know this too well. Thank you as well, Per. I had to heal a lot from this. People loving, oh, when you weren't, oh, sending you so much support, Avatar. Yeah, indifference. I had to grieve her too. I think people just loved how fun I was. Now I'm more grounded and present. Yeah, I feel much more fun than I grieve. Exactly. I'm just telling the truth. You are kind and you tell the truth, Per. Yes, healthy decisions. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to continue right now. I keep on saying continue to follow those body cues and let the fact that you can recognize that you're in communication be your confirmation. And I feel like you're in the process of guiding it to new healthy energy. Like let those body cues serve as compass. All right, the next person on the list right now is user once known. User once known, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority in the read, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And if user once known has stepped away, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for those who are waiting, we've got 2 more readings today. 2 more readings today before we move into 1 card readings for superfans. So if you are a superfan waiting for a reading, all you need to do is just stick around for about 20 more minutes and we will get started on those 1 cards. Hi there today, Thandek. If you would like to have a reading, these are donation based. So if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, the list is closed today. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. If you become a paid member, I will be offering free 1 card readings shortly over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you'd like to have a reading today, I would suggest you become a paid member. Thank you. Thank you as well, Per. Second call right now for user once known or Bridget. Second call right now for user once known or Bridget. If user once known and Bridget are not here, the next person on the list for today is Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we're at 37.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Second call right now for user once known, Bridget or Claire. User once known, Bridget or Claire. If you are here, please respond in all caps. If not, we will be moving into 1 card readings right now for paid subscribers. If you are a paid subscriber and would like, oh, never mind, pause on the 1 cards. Bridget is back, no problem. Kelly, these are donation-based readings. There's no texting here. This is not a matchmaking service, okay? No problems here. Bridget, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder to anyone who who could not make our tarot class this week, that tarot class is now up and available to anyone who was not present for it, and available to paid subscribers of our stack. If you would like access to that class, all you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber, and you'll have access to as a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. If you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 20 hours. Yes, said they are known to sing a few songs. All right, let's continue right now. And while we are continuing, I've got it here. Before we continue on Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We'll count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up Bridget here. Just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for a dream, you can include the dream in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. One moment, please. And I'm just pulling up, Bridget, this is inside T or outside T? And Claire, I have confirmed your reading. Okay. Okay, outside, love it. All right, guys, I've pinned up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Dream time. You know what that means? We've got the dream coconut. Hooray. All right, let's get to it. I'm watching what feels like a home movie of my family, specifically all the women on my maternal side. In it, my sister is a baby, strapped to me in a carrier. I'm younger in the scene, probably in my 30s. The words flash across the screen, the place where I grew up. And then the experience shifts, and I'm no longer just watching. I'm inside the movie, walking through it like a virtual reality. We're in a mall moving together through the space. Eventually, we reach the end where it opens into a clearing with a large body of water. Suddenly, a humpback whale appears so close I could reach out and touch it. My mom warns me, be careful, don't get too close. But I tell her it's a simulation and that it's not real. I explain that you can touch it, even jump in, and it will just reset and bring you back to the beginning. She doesn't believe me. My cousin jumps in to show her, and then I jump in too. Three more of us follow. When I jumped in, I had a brief moment, just a split second, where I questioned whether it would actually bring me back. But I never actually experienced returning to the beginning. Instead, I found myself in this in-between space, no longer in the scene, but not yet anywhere else either. And in that space, I just knew that it would reset and that we would all be brought back to the start. I remember thinking that my mom would be worried because from her perspective, we were gone, and it would take time for us to make our way back to her to show her we were okay, unless she chosen to jump in herself. It wasn't something I saw happen, it was something I understood, almost like a certainty without proof. And that's where the dream ends. 3 cards, 4 cards. So the So it's interesting because it's effectively, it's working through, it's working into, it's a shadow work dream on the nature of change. And in relationality to it, and and it's also connected to ancestral energy. So we're going to start immediately with the fact that you said that when you first entered the dream, it felt like you were watching a movie of your family, specifically all the feminine energy on the maternal side. And you identified that in that space, you found that your sister was a baby and strapped to you in a carrier. And you said that you were younger in the scene, probably in your 30s. Now, and the words flash across the screen about where you basically grew up. And this is important because we typically can't read things in dreams. So the fact that you could read it is significant because that's the modality by which the guides really wanted to impress upon you, right? What it is, the space or place by which you are identifying what you are seeing. So we immediately see an observational experience by which you are identifying a time by which, and I keep on seeing, and this is very interesting, the identification point of you identifying that your sister was a baby and strapped to you in a carrier. That is something that I think is very important because what we're basically identifying there is the proximity of energetic alignment that often occurs when we share an ancestral connection. And this has to do with the fact that the reason that you see that your sister and yourself are strapped together is the shared history, right? So it's the observation of you and another person sharing an energetic history by way and by means of a locationality. Now, you said that the experience shifted and you are no longer just watching, but it felt like you were inside the movie, walking through it like a virtual reality, okay? And you identified that you are in a mall, moving together through space. And eventually you reach the end where it opens into a clearing with a large body of water. So this is effectively, and it's interesting that you identified the fact that you said that while you were inside the movie, it felt like it was virtual reality because you identified, and you even identified the fact that you said you were in a mall moving together. So this is potentially identifying the fact that you still feel the energetic connection. And at the end, it opens to a clearing with a large body of water. And you identified that there was a humpback whale there that appears so close that you could reach out and touch it, right? And you said your mom warned you, be careful, don't get too close. Now, this is what we see that is important because what we basically identify that is potentially occurring here is how you're working to heal. And the hard part, and also showing how much you care for the energy that's around you, right? Because you said that your mother identified and said, be careful, don't get too close, right? But you articulated the fact that you recognized that it was a simulation and that it was not real. And you explained that you could touch it and even jump in and it will just reset and bring you back to the beginning, but they don't believe you. So this is potentially, right? This is potentially, and I need to stress this before we continue, that often in the space of shadow work presents itself. Everything we experience in dreams, we've already experienced. So the modality by which you're potentially going through an experience, by which you've already navigated with another, and it's coming through the form of people that you care about, it might not necessarily be connected to these individuals, but it's helping you see the full force or shape that you are navigating. Because working towards the energetic whale could effectively be you having a big idea, right? Or you having a higher sense of purpose, right? That would be the modality by which you identify a whale, because a whale, right? A whale is something that is energetically harmless, right? It does not mean harm to us, but it can feel intimidating because it is so large. So the modality by which you may have felt like there was an experience by which you were navigating with someone who told you to be afraid of your big dreams, right? The difficulty that you may have had in an argument with someone is whether or how a big dream can hurt you. And so this is you basically saying to someone in the space by which you were trying to potentially follow your dreams and saying, it's okay because the dream can't hurt me, because if I follow my dreams, right? If you follow your dreams and it doesn't work out, where do you end up? You're exactly where you were in the first place. So this is you potentially having an experience by which you argued with someone about following your dreams, and them potentially feeling the space by which they were trying to protect you from having your feelings hurt, right? Like the modality of them saying, be careful, and you saying, it's not, it's okay, because the worst thing that will happen is that you'll be back where you started, right? Like that is you having the energetic argument upon them in relationality to effectively moving through that. And so then you identified the space by which you tried to explain this, and they don't believe you. And this is potentially, and this is the hard part, when another person is carrying trauma. We can often have a hard time. And the thing about it is, this the important thing to recognize. The way we can usually tell the difference between the trauma that is real versus the experiences that we have by which they're informed is being able to explain to another why we have an energetic fear, right? The ability by which we're able to articulate or explain why we fear something helps another person be energetically informed by it. So the argumentation point you were having in the dream space with someone who kept on saying to be wary, right? But not giving you any clarification or reason as to why. And then you said, for by example, your cousin, right? Your cousin jumped in to show them, and then you jumped in too, and then three of you went to follow. So this is potentially the experience by which you saw somebody else that was potentially energetically pursuing their dreams, right? So the modality by which another person went to follow their dreams, and then you effectively followed suit, and then you said three more follow. It's because this is the gift we give each other when we start following our dreams, right? It's the space by which we show each other that it's possible, that allows others to be able to do so too. And this is how we build into the context of being able to build better futures for ourselves. It's that potentiality of potentially continuing to work towards our dream, overcoming our fears in the process. But you identified the space by which you said when you jumped in, you had a brief moment, and just for a split second you questioned whether it would actually bring you back. And you said you never actually experienced returning to the beginning because, and this is what you effectively recognized or identified, the space by which, right, the space by which we move away from things changes the nature of our relationships. So the modality by which we often pursue our dreams changes the relationships that we have to one another. So the modality by which you said you had the experience of, you found yourself in an in-between place that was no longer in the seam but not yet anywhere else, is often navigating the liminal space that we often experience as we maturate, where we feel energetically out of place. And you said instead, in that space, you just knew, you knew that it would just reset and you'd be able to be brought back to the start, right? But it's the understanding, and you said you were thinking about the fact that your mom would be worried because from her perspective, you were gone, and it would take time for you to make your way back to her to show her that you were okay, unless she chose to jump in herself, which is often the experience, and this is what potentially happens that creates the rift in the first place. When another person is afraid, right? When another person is afraid to follow their energetic dreams, and then they see another that is pursuing it, the rift that potentially occurs is the modality or the moment by which they're not, it's not the space, it's like they see you, right? It has to do with the unreality of the situation. And the unreality is the hurdle between you both, right? Because they see you effectively energetically returning and not feeling the space by which it doesn't feel real to them, because they're not inhabiting the space by which they navigate that same sense of elation in pursuing the dream, so much as they fear that they feel the fear in energetically having it. So the modality by which you identified the fact that you said you feel like you can't find them unless they join you too, is the modality by which it's like the moment that they start to overcome their fears, right? And following their own bliss is the space by which you can energetically reconnect to them, because it's the difference between navigating, right? The distance between you and the individual in the dream space that may be represented in the figure of your parent, but might not necessarily be so in tangible experience, has to do with those who have a fear-based mentality that fear anything that is unknown to them, right? Versus the energy that has the energetic confidence to pursue things beyond the self and then learn that there's nothing to energetically fear. And what happens is the rift between those that are too afraid to pursue, like too afraid to overcome their fears, versus the modality of those who are constantly working to conquer them, is often the space by which it feels like you can never be on the same page, because, right, you're existing in two completely different experiences, right? One is another person who's potentially bringing that sense of care towards everything and may not necessarily agree with your choices, versus you who's always ready to do so. And this is where we learn this from, because you're doing it for the best interest of those around you, right? That the fact that you dive into things has to do with the connection that you have to the energy of your sister, which is the modality by which you're never 100% sure if something's okay, but you would rather take that step forward to protect others in order, because that is the force and power of your love. So it's the observation of recognizing both the space by which that occurred, right? The space by which you identified the understanding of effectively feeling energetically strapped to someone, right? And the responsibility that one makes in terms of helping another person know that following those things is okay, while at the same time navigating the wound that may have occurred between you and another in relationality to the assessment, right? Working through the context of navigating a healthy sense of fear that we bring to circumstances or situations. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the Seven of Wands in its upright, what can sometimes, I want to articulate again that the formation by which you're identifying these individuals in the dream space might not necessarily be connected to these energies, because often the way that we see shadow work is the observation of shadow work that comes through in energy by which we might never recognize or identify that in our regular day to day. So this could potentially be you working through energetic trauma from the past via the context of experiencing it in situations or circumstances by which it feels ill-placed, because it's the observation of understanding the quality and condition of the fact that a lot of that bravery that you inhabit is done not just for the self, but in the space by which you're working to energetically protect others in the process. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments as I was reading. We're also at 42.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be giving a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And thank you so much, Bridget, for allowing me to read for you on that dream. Oh, and again, please remember, guys, don't message people promising you strange things. And remember, this is my only account. I will never reach out to you for a reading. Excellent. Just reading over. Boom, shadow work, exactly. Excellent. A quantum leap. Oh, thank you for that adorable gift. Look at them. Oh, he's got a little outfit. I wasn't expecting this turn of events. Yeah, new level of curiosity of lock. The reading is really adding for me. Oh, thank you. Called it. My sister was definitely my child in the past life, but that is why we see the fact that there was that connection, right? The space of feeling, feeling like building into the context of being protective of them. Yeah, they came up in a past life session. That would be the observation of why you saw them in that way. Hi there, Jocelyn. The list is closed today. We are about to get started on one card readings for superfans. If you would like a reading today, or you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will be the first person read for. And wishing you such a beautiful birthday, Bridget. Bon compleanno. Whale dreams. I've gotten orcas in mine several times. Oh, interesting. Again, you know me. I'm not going to articulate that a certain object in the dream has a particular meaning. It changes. It changes depending on the dream. And in this dream, it's following a dream. Like the whale in this is following one's dreams. Thank you for the help. She doesn't like change. Yes, they always have been very fearful of the unknown. She doesn't like change at all. Yeah, so that would be overcoming. That's navigating the whale energy. Yeah, I've often felt like I was moving towards something big, even when I was little. I still don't know what it is, but that feeling has never left. Sending you so much support on that journey. Yes, this makes so much sense. I moved exactly 10 years ago yesterday, and it was a huge jump for me. My relationship with my mom changed drastically since then. So this is the observation of you saying, like, when you leap in, it's not that you can go back. It's the observation of recognizing how much things change in the context of it. She also has not once, oh my gosh, really? That's incredible. Sending you so much support on that journey. Wow, that's intense. Yeah, it's hard to go back home because I'm back in that old space, of course. Sending you support, dear. Oh, and you see, again, so it's the understanding of you giving another person the confidence to do so as well. I like to believe we're all a part of that, Vishal. I definitely also carry that same fear, exactly. But this is why we see you do it. You don't do it just for the sake of yourself. You do it for the energy around the self. I may have a panic attack along the way, but I still, but that's what's so beautiful about you, right? Like the fact that you don't just do it for your sake. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Bridget. Hi there, Claire. I was typing out my question, about to send it. No problem. Yeah, absolutely. Claire, you're next, dear. So absolutely. And thank you, Aquarius, for the follow. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Claire. Claire, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, the list is closed today. We're going to get started on subscriber readings after this reading. And if you would like to become a subscriber and have a one-card reading, all you need to do if you're joining us on the Clock app is hit that orange icon down there. Your superfan status will entitle you to one card. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you're also entitled to one card today with your paid membership. Excellent. And Claire, I think you said that you were posting up. I'm just going to see if it's there yet. Are we doing a general, Claire? So Vishal, I would ask if you're going to stay here to please make sure that you go to our profile and please take a look at the policy in relationality to communicating. We have a very strong rule here about not posting non sequiturs in the chat space, which means if you're going to communicate, not just posting random words, but making sure that you're forming full statements that others can understand and identify. So please be respectful of that if you're going to continue to communicate, because if not, one of my moderators will have to mute you. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages, and appreciate it. Excellent. And Claire, I see that your message is coming through. Just a reminder to anyone joining us, we're at 44K likes. When we get to 50K, I'm going to make sure we're going to be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. I also want to invite you guys as well. If you missed our, if you missed our class on, the court cards in the wand suit, it is now available for anyone who is not able to attend the class. It should be up there on our stack for paid stack subscribers. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday, May 20th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. And as a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to join. I'll be doing my best to give you, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of experience classes in the Tarot Church Library class system if you become a founding member. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of Claire's message. If you could just hold, please. And while we wait for Claire's message, just bear with me. I've got a hearth warmer here. What is one thing you're doing right now to be more your authentic self? Got it. Claire, is this inside tea or outside tea before I continue? Okay, perfect. Bridget. Excellent. Okay, before we continue right now, I am gonna warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, I'm seeking some guidance in relation to someone that I've not seen or heard from in a year. We had a long friendship and then a very intense romantic connection that only lasted about 5 months. Side note, there has been a copious amount of cosmic signs surrounding this person since the inception of our romantic connection. The whole journey was a huge catalyst for me and my spiritual growth, which I am eternally grateful for. In that time, I have moved on and let go. I've always intuitively felt like there was something unfinished between us, not necessarily a relationship, but just something else to happen. However, even with that being said, I completely surrendered to the flow of things a long time ago and know that regardless of what I feel or happens in my future, whether or not I see or hear from this person again, everything is for my highest good. This is where I need some guidance. I still experience feelings of frustration and sadness, and I don't understand why. It has never been very difficult for me to move on from someone or relationship that wasn't good for me, but this has felt like climbing Mount Everest. Every time I reach a base camp, I realize there's more mountain, and the feelings are still there. I know that I'm a different person than I was a year ago, and I've healed and changed so much. I'm very grateful for this journey. I get so many signs about this person that it makes me feel crazy. Numbers associated with them, their name everywhere, etc. Every time I have a conversation with myself and my guides about wanting to not think about them anymore or not see them again, there are multiple signs immediately after, so specifically to do with them. And it just makes me feel confused why I get so many signs to do with them if I'm not going to see or speak to them anytime soon. I feel badly for getting frustrated. I feel like maybe I'm misinterpreting something because I know my guides are just trying to help me, but it leaves me feeling confused. I just want to completely let go of something, like the signs make me feel like I haven't. I also still have many detailed dreams about this person. You've read for them a couple of them, and I've never dreamt about the romantic partners I've had much at all, if any. I've honestly never dreamt about actual people in my life as much as them before. Thank you so much for your honest message, and let's see if we can get some clarification around it. 4 cards, please. So I keep on seeing that there's something that needs to be focused upon in relationality to the space by which the relationship ended. And the hard part about this is it does feel like there's a karmic, I mean, it feels like there's a karmic issue between you both. And the thing about karmic issues is it often, the way I like to do it's not necessarily that karma is a bad thing, but it's the observation that a karmic wound often occurs when there's a disparity in relationality to the direction that we're trying to head upon. Everything is possible to be healed so long as the work is mutual. But if there was a situation that occurred by which the reason that the relationship had to end was because there was a difference in direction between you and them, potentially as it relates to being able to even articulate the nature of a relationship, I just keep on hearing healthy relationships do not defy definition. Healthy relationships do not defy definition, and often something that is unhealthy for us is the modality or experience by which another person refuses to acknowledge the fact that something has changed, or the fact that something has moved into a space by which it becomes traumatizing or confusing. So the understanding of navigating, like what we see that is occurring right now, is you potentially navigating the rift between you and another person. The identification point between what it is that you aspired or desired to have with them versus the direction that they themselves aspired the relationship to go. That does not mean, this is why we often articulate upon the fact that love is not enough to form a healthy relationship. Because if there's a situation by which we hold a lot of love for each other, but we're trying to move in different directions, then we effectively identify a love that feels like it blocks our highest purpose. And alignment is the reason that we don't say love, but we speak upon alignment, is being able to find a relationship or situation by which there is harmony, both for the feelings that we have for one and also for the direction that we aspire for something to go. And it's very interesting that you kept on articulating the fact that you're identifying a mountain, right? Because the effective mountain is the path of purpose that you effectively aspire to move in alignment with another person upon. And so what do we see you doing? We see you continuing to move in the direction of that relationship where you aspired it to go. I would not be surprised if they were trying to keep you on a plateau. And a plateau would be the space, right? A plateau would be a space by which another person says, and you can usually tell when you're experiencing plateau energy, because it's a modality by which you're telling somebody that something's wrong, and you're identifying the fact that you're not sure why there's that stagnancy point, and you're trying to ask where it's going, and another person tries to make you feel confused and saying, why are you making problems where problems don't exist? Why don't you just let this be what it is? Because that is the identification point. Unfortunately, when another person has found their manifestation goal and they realize that we don't share it, their inclination in terms of not telling us that they don't aspire for the same things as us is often the modality by which they make us feel, like you said, like you're going crazy in the space by which you know that something that didn't have direction and another person was trying to affirm to you that everything was fine, because that was the arrival point, you recognizing that they had reached their manifestation goal, right? They had reached the spot by which they would have stayed in a space with you endlessly, but you recognize the fact that that wasn't enough for you because it didn't make you feel safe, seen, or supported, nor was it moving you towards your sense of purpose. So that's why you're seeing a lot of signs of that individual, because it's not due to the fact that that person didn't have feelings for you, but the fact that you wanted very different things. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, so the love that you feel is still present, but it's a modality of recognizing that they could not come with you on that journey, specifically and particularly potentially because either they were not in a space by which, right? They were not in a space by which they were feeling. I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who has a tendency to eschew relationship, or in some way, shape, or form feels like a relationship is a space by which they can't be their authentic self, right? What's difficult about this is, especially with this Page of Cups here, the observation that had they stayed with you, they probably could have had all of that and more, right? The ability of recognizing the energetic hurdle between what they themselves were ready to navigate versus the space by which you potentially offered them that same mutual direction. What we effectively see is occurring is potentially the modality by which you're still experiencing the energetic pull of that energy missing you and desiring you back. But you have to remember and recognize that when we are authentic and intentional with each other, right, there's no wanting someone back. Because when somebody wants us back, they don't want us forward. When someone wants us back, it's someone who potentially longs for the way that something used to be, while recognizing the fact that things can't be the way that they are now. So the thing that you have to ask yourself when you feel like this, and I would be very conscientious about the messages that you're receiving, are not the observation or the confirmation of feeling that they want you back, but whether they want you forward. And if they want you forward, they will come toward you. I want you to write that down. When someone wants us forward, they come towards us, which is the observation or the experience by which we are able to energetically articulate the shape of the energetic direction that allows one to be able to find that sense of proportionality. It is the definition point by which we're able to energetically refine things. And even in that modality, right, I want you to kind of hold on to that, because I would not be surprised if you continue to have these moments by which you see them perpetually arriving to you or potentially serving as reminders, because the observation upon that, right, the observation of you experiencing those moments is not the modality by which you're not headed in the right direction, but it's potentially understanding and recognizing the modality of the fact that they themselves are still working through things in relationality to you as well. And some of those experiences could be related to their own fears of intimacy or understanding. I keep on hearing understanding that relationship is not the end of a journey, but is actually only the energetic beginning. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you know, I want to point out, and it has to do a lot with your guides, right? Because I want you to understand, I see a situation by which you're potentially asking yourself and saying, like, why are the guides like bringing this energy forward towards itself? And I keep on getting, your guides are not the energy. Like, your guides aren't bringing forward a lot of that energy towards you, specifically and particularly in terms of identifying, trying to like make you feel burdened by it. In fact, I feel like to a certain extent, the guides are effectively affirming and helping you in that direction. And the way that you'll know that you're headed in the right direction is if it feels like the connection points that you have to that person feel like the continuation of an argument. If it feels like every time you get a message and it feels like the energy that's potentially arguing, or somebody coming into the space of being resistant, I want you to understand that that's further confirmation of understanding that I keep wondering, the energy that wants you back is not the same as the energy that wants you forward. Because when someone wants the same things as us, they never articulate upon the fact that they want us back, because they arrive towards our present. They build into the context of recognizing and identifying what feels energetically stabilizing. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because something that we're seeing there has to do with the modality and the experience of building into positivity. And a lot of that positivity that we're potentially identifying here has to do, if you effectively moving away from this person was the result of you making healthier choices, then if they make the same healthy choices, they know where to find you. So don't let the longing confuse the direction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today is closed, but you can book a private reading on my site. It is, and if you get on the list today, you'll be first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be the first person read for, starting before we start the Daily Collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Oh my God, I love that, Minnie. To be more your authentic self, you did karaoke with your friends. That's fantastic. Oh, that's great, Dada. Excellent. I'm talking to trees. I love that, Bridget. I've guessed the animal twice today. Oh my gosh, Purr, you're doing amazing. Pub, the list is closed today, but we're about to get started on one-card readings. If you'd like to get on the list, if you'd like to have a one-card reading, you just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you can be added to the list. Okay. Oh, we did get to 50K, and thank you guys for supporting each other. So I don't think your experience is one that unfortunately many people are also in the same experience with, but often what helps in relationality to building into, like, our ancestral connection are always with us, right? There's an ancestral record that's kept, that's connected, that we're all connected to. So, you know, this is often what we identify when we build into readings that tap into the ancestral or the Akashic, is understanding the energy around us, or also our highest purpose in terms of why we're here. You're so welcome, Claire. Hi there, Ava. I got you, dear. I resonate this too. Thank you guys for supporting each other. All right, we're going to get to one-card readings now. First person we're reading for is Ava. How do they feel about you guys bumping into each other? They're as confused by it as you are. You know, the hard part about it, they're having a different experience. I feel like it's a situation by which they keep on trying to come towards you, and someone keeps telling them that they can't. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, I feel like they're like, I keep on getting the space by which you're having a situation that feels like it's awkward. They're having a situation by which it feels like it's barred. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, specifically and particularly with this horse energy, I feel like, especially if you had a conversation with them, if the last time you spoke with them was observing that you wanted different things, like, that's what I keep on getting in terms, like I keep on getting, like, the space by which it's somebody, like, I feel like it's somebody continuing to reaffirm to them what you last said to them, is what I keep on seeing. you know, or them kind of being referred back to your last conversation. Absolutely. Ruby, one card, please. We got the Chariot in its reversal. So I feel like there's something important there in terms of not getting frustrated by another person's unreliability, or allowing, I keep on getting allowing the context of working through something, like allowing the context of working through something to fortify one's own sense. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Page of Wands, you know, like pay attention to someone who sometimes tries to create problems to employ more ability to converse with you. You know what I mean? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like short and sweet, right? Like no matter what, let everything be short and sweet, especially if it's a situation by which another person like is eager to converse with you. Notice if they get more bandwidth when something's not going well. Like make sure everything's short and sweet in every context. One card on finances for Bridget, please. This feels good. This feels like something positive opening up for you in the finance space right now. That's like the best card to get for finance. Yeah. Be willing to take on new experiences, or being able to offer another person another way to work with you. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the fox. Like I keep on seeing like give someone all the options, or help another person see, your adaptability in terms of a way that they could effectively approach you, or changing a relationship. Ella, one card highest, please. We've got the Five of Wands in its reversal. So I feel like that's some kind of situation or circumstance by which you're helping another person. Like it's not when we care about each other, we don't fix things for each other. We give each other tools by which we can do it ourselves. Yeah, especially with the Four of Swords and its reversal. I feel like this is you helping another person understand it's not your job to fix broken connections, like especially if they're not children anymore, you know? Yeah, like again, the frog energy, right? Having to say to another person, like it's not you can't always be the glue between them and another. Like they have to find the confidence in order to work through something, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, they keep on trying to, oh my gosh, that's so wild, Ruby. Sending you so much support on that journey. Oh, all right. Final call right now for anybody who is a super fan who would like a one card today. Final call right now. Just a reminder, friends. If you get on the list today for a reading, you will have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I got you, dear. You know, the thing about it is I feel like they're going to be in a good space, but they're going to be starting something. So they're trying to they're trying to get money from others to start something, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Empress card in its reversal. Like I see somebody who is like, and this is why I kept on getting that their bag was full of money in the dream space. It's because they're much more in the space of keeping money. Like they're much more in the space by which they feel like they need a safety net, is what I keep on getting. So the space by which I keep on hearing you're going to notice them because they have a tendency of earmarking money, which is saying like, oh, that money, it's not for me to spend, it's for something else I'm doing, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit, yeah, the salmon. They're actually very good with money because they're very distributive with it. Absolutely. One card for Angelic, general, please. Ace of Cups in its reversal. If someone is disappointing you, like you can tell somebody what you need once, right? The second time is like, I keep on seeing, like, don't let someone be in a perpetual state of correction, which is like if you feel like you're having the same conversation with another person over and over again, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's like, you know, I like to point this out. When we care about each other, we don't try to exhaust one another, which means we don't get into the space of feeling like we have to perpetually repeat ourselves. Animal spirit, yeah, the owl energy, right? Helping another person understand, like helping another person understand the difference between, like, when we care about each other, then we are respective in relationality to trying to make accommodations as needed, not in a space of perpetual repetition. One card for pieces, please. I feel like this is you getting better at resolving things or not letting yourself fall into a state of getting frustrated, right? When things aren't going well, not getting overly frustrated, just kind of moving through them in a way that feels like healthy. Yeah, this Page of Swords. When we're in a healthy environment, we recognize we're in a healthy environment where energy does not take things perpetually personally. And I feel like there's something about you healing from experiences like that, particularly with the water dragon, right? The observation and understanding, right? Like when another person takes something personal, they lose the opportunity of a lifetime, right? Because I feel like it's the space by which they have to understand that you're not working personally right now, you're working universally, which is the understanding or recognition of understanding and identifying what it is that you're trying to do, and another person being in alignment to that higher purpose. So don't take, like, if another person sees you working universally and they're taking it personal, just let it inform you, right? Because that's the energy that can't work universally with you, is what I keep on hearing. You're welcome, dear. Nikki, let me see if I can find yours. I got you. Highest priority for Nikki, please. You're allowed, like, let this be. I feel like this is a good week for you to tie up loose ends or to make sure that you're, like, I keep on getting like decluttering. I keep wondering, decluttering, clearing procrastination is decluttering. Yeah, and when you think about that, like, you can declutter procrastination, which is having a day. I keep wondering, like, having a day by which you're able to, like, I keep on seeing, like, focus on that list, like, get to everything eventually. Nothing, I keep on hearing nothing, like, this is you getting more comprehensive about things in some way, shape, or form. So just make sure that you're don't get frustrated. I feel like there's something about you navigating an expansion in terms of how you're tackling things, or some kind of practice you're putting yourself upon. Yep. One card for Chrissy regarding connection, please. Whoop. Transverse. 8 of Cups. I feel like I see somebody. I don't know why I keep on seeing some kind of situation of someone who has a hard time letting go of something. You know? An inability of letting go of things blocks everything, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, an inability to let go of things blocks everything, which is not, I keep on hearing, it's not the fact that we don't let go, but it's a space by which we're able to carry it in a way that feels like it's supportive to us. So I don't know why, like, I feel like this is, hold on a moment. Yeah, I went to draw an animal spirit guide and I got the blank energy, because I feel like often, I want to point this out, right? Like, the space by which, like, I don't know why, I just keep on seeing some kind of situation by which another person, right? Like, there's something about that. I don't know, I keep on hearing the word status quo, which is like, and I want to describe, like the status quo that we feel is the status quo that identifies, like, the status quo that is healthy is, it comes into quotidian, which is the modality by which we understand why something is important, right? We don't try to maintain a status quo in the space by which we can't identify why. And I feel like there's something about that where I see somebody who often allows their anxiety to, like, intercede in relationality to their direction, is what I keep on getting. So it feels like somebody who needs to get more confident in relationality. Like, I keep on seeing, like, getting confident in trusting others, or building into the space of trust. But I keep on seeing, like, when we trust things, we trust processes, which means, like, things don't happen immediately. They happen patiently. So I feel like it's somebody kind of trying to work on their patience in some way. Minnie, one card on their energy towards you. Got 2 cards bottom of the deck. I feel like I see somebody who feels like everything moves through you in the best way possible, which is somebody who finally feels some energetic relief, because it's the space by which they know that you are, like, you and them are on the same page, or like you and them, like they finally feel like they have somebody who has their back, which is something I feel like they've never felt before. Animals, bottom of the deck. It's funny, I was about to say bottom of the deck, but animal spirit came through, because I feel like that's somebody who trusts you through and through, right? There's something about that. They're like, I feel like it's hard because they've never had reliable energy like that before. Yeah, the seal, right? I feel like they're trying, like, it feels like it's unreal, but I feel like that's why they're healing trust, because they're recognizing that it's safe to trust you. And I feel like that process takes time, like a little bit every day goes a long way. Tiff, 1 card, please. We've got the 2 of Swords in its reversal. So just make sure that you're like, don't procrastinate. This is a really good time to activate for you. Just make the decisions you need. Ace of Cups, right? Don't get, like, the thing with this energy right now is, like, everybody's navigating a place of heightened sensitivity because Jupiter's in Cancer. So like, don't, like, if you're going to be, like, allow for sensitivity, like, if you're feeling sensitive about something, let it fortify direction, which is the ability to articulate to another how, like, what would be preferable in the space of another person. I keep on hearing, like, in another space, like, this is why we don't, like, being triggered is often the modality or the experience by which we understand like the space by which another person is trying to trigger us, versus the healthy energy that works to help protect the other from being triggered, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, animal spirit guide. I feel like it comes through in the relationality to another person, giving, like, I keep on hearing, pay attention if someone tries to give you faulty directions, is what I keep on getting. Because the modality or the experience by which we work through something is the observation by which we're trying to identify the best way to address something. So if somebody is being, like, if someone is being volatile because they didn't give you healthy directions, don't meet that volatility with matching volatility. Take it profoundly. Like, let it just be an observational moment in order to understand, right? Like, the force of another person's projection. Thank you. Excellent. And thank you. Oh, hold on a minute. Avatar, 1 card, highest priority, please. We've got the 7 of Cups and it's upright. So make sure that you're building in a place by which you see a lot of possibilities. Like, allow the space by which others can give feedback on something. And I want to point out, like, you know, the nice thing about feedback is like helping another person do something in a way that they've never done it before. And I feel like you have this tendency of second guessing yourself or building into the context of working through like the problem with like coming out of a trauma environment is like preparing for the worst at every moment. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, healthy energy sees the gift that you bring to things, right? So allow that to be your guidance point, because I do feel like, you know, with energy like yours, when another person, when another person tries to take something out on you, they miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime, is what I keep on seeing. So just be conscientious about that, because I just keep on seeing a situation by which, like, I see you healing something in a massive way. And I feel like a lot of that, I feel like a lot of the healing I'm seeing is recognizing and understanding that you deserve the same amount of kindness that you bring to everything. Yeah, I mean, I think that I feel like it's not, I feel like the thing about it is I don't feel like it's tiring you so much, Ella, because I feel like you're just observing the circumstances or situations that are trying. Yeah, in and out of work today. I need a weekend to recover from the weekend. Hi there, Lisa. Good to see you today. What to activate during this expansive season? I feel like I see you like fine-tuning something or getting better, like building in new processes to streamline something. Bottom of the deck, like especially with the Seven of Pentacles. Um, like I feel like there's streamlined approaches that allow, like I keep hearing a lot of like a little bit of work now, a lot of work now, like a little bit of work now to save a lot of work later. Or putting, like looking at the way you're doing something to see if there's some way you can fine tune it. Yeah, particularly with the cow energy, you know, like it says to me, this is you fortifying things or getting stronger at something. So make sure that you're, I feel like, make sure that you're identifying, like what that point of strength is, or what you're trying to do, particularly and especially in terms of helping others understand that even more. Absolutely. Excellent. Estevan, I'm going to go back and see if I can find it. You, apologies, the chat is jumping a bit. So if I've missed your question and it hasn't been read, feel free to post it again. Because hi there, Celestial, welcome. Esteban, I'm looking back, I'm not seeing your question. Alexandra, highest priority. Um, don't let yourself get triggered right now. If another person articulated something that feels like it was meant to trigger you, just observe it. You know? Animals, bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles. There's something to be stated there in relationality to working through experiences. Like I keep on seeing, like, I don't know why it's so funny. Like I just keep on seeing a situation by which you're having a conversation with someone that says like the way you get someone to work better is not from fear-based approaches, but by like reward, right? And I almost feel like there's some kind of continuation that you have with someone. Yeah, the seal energy, right? Like energy that's afraid does not work well. Energy that feels seen works beautifully. And I feel like there's something about you and another person having a conversation about that. I got you, Esteban. Highest priority, please. I love it's a goth cow. That's why I like it so much. The King of Swords. This is like, let your integrity guide you right now. Right? Let your integrity set the standard. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly with the Fool energy. Some kind of observation in relationality to working through something, but in a way by which you're able to identify and recognize not just what you're trying to do, but how you're trying to do it effectively to allow the state or place of being able to I just keep on hearing like speaking towards something. You've got like if you've got experience in something, then you have the experience to talk towards it. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the goose, right? And it's okay, like the space by which another person, right? The space by which another person tells you the way it is versus you saying that you have first-hand experience in it. Healthy energy will recognize how foolish it is to articulate, right? Like we don't tell experienced energy, but that's often the space by which we allow the context of helping to inform another person, like about who we are or what our experiences are, right? Like don't allow their assumption, to, like, in a way, let their assumption inform the conversation, not create the space by which you feel triggered by it, you know? Yes, I'm looking for yours as well, dear. Oh, Bridget, this type of energy, things can get under your skin very easily. You're so welcome, Ella. I'm looking for your question, Yaz. I don't know if it came through. I got it. One card on anxiety on trip. You felt this anxiety last time, didn't you? You know, I feel like there's something important about trips where it's sometimes, I feel like there's the space by which you often recognize or feel some kind of, like the observation of working through, like it says to me, it's opening up old traumas surrounding the last trip you went on, particularly and especially as it relates to bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. This is you healing something connected to a trip, particularly and especially as it relates to understanding healthy energy encourages you to go places, right? Animal spirit, yeah, unhealthy relationships try to articulate the fact that there's consequences from you going anywhere. So recognize that it's not unusual for you to feel triggered because of past experiences by which someone tried to create a trauma environment related to you having autonomy. I got you, dear. All right, if there's anyone I missed, please feel free to put your question back in the chat space. Hold on a moment. Oop, one card for Claire. Claire, I feel like this is a continuation of your reading that we saw, which is like the hard part about this, and I feel like this is often what we identify as a karmic connection. It's not the fact that someone doesn't have feelings for you, but the question as to whether they want the same direction as you. And the hard part is often the fact that we still feel the resonance of those connections. Don't let it make it feel like you're going in the wrong direction, because you know what your purpose is. But the space by which I keep on hearing, if they wanted the same thing as you wouldn't get messages by which they want you back. They would be in your present. They would want you forward. They would be putting that energy in to move towards a direction that they find you in, not building into some kind of state of deep longing. Animal spirit. We've got the otter energy. So the observation or working through, like that, I keep on seeing this is like your confirmation on this is someone who you are potentially articulating that something was wrong, and they were explaining that you are making problems where problems don't exist, is usually the sign that we have different manifestation goals. Because when we understand and recognize that we have the same direction, we navigate that with a sense of responsibility, not in the space by which another person tries to stress that we're making a big deal out of nothing. Thank you, dear. Final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m., 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. You can activate the bell and turn on notifications. Thank you for reminding me of the 50K per. I appreciate you. I deeply appreciate it. Before we go, though, today, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 75K today. I'm currently thinking of a number between 1 and 42. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you post them. Oh, 2 birds. Congratulations, you got it. That reading will be available to you starting tomorrow. So if you want to come back for that reading, you can claim it starting tomorrow. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, to my subscribers and super fans. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an thank you so much for all of your help today, K. Megan. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.